Good morning, everyone. A very good morning to all. And yes, I welcome you all to the second International Conference on Advancing Knowledge for Multidisciplinary Perspectives in Engineering and Technology. A very good morning to all. Thank you for joining. And today's conference is organized by Institute for Engineering, Research and Publication, IFERP. And this conference will offer researchers, delegates, and scholars an incredible chance to interact with each other and share your experience and knowledge of technology application. So let me introduce to you and welcome our organizer, IFERP. Institute for Engineering, Research and Publication is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional association meant for research and development and promotion in the field of engineering and technology. We are a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of the knowledge of engineering and technology. IFERP is a professional association and a forum where innovations and research interests could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. Our forums and associates constitute professional leaders and organizations connecting each other with a mission to work as wizards of science for defending the earth. IFERP provides a world-class platform for scientists, researchers, academicians, and business figures by organizing conferences and publishing research articles. IFERP conferences bring together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering, Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICASETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L-Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organization, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organizations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Recently, our IFERP has launched an application and is now available for curious scientific researchers. It is presented as a delightful platform for academic and research breakthroughs, which you can get right from the Google Play Store for upcoming conference updates. This conference will be an excellent opportunity to discuss the current progress in science, technology, engineering, management related fields, the development based upon new concepts, and the advances in modern world. ICAKMPET 2021 is an optimistic union of scholars, scientists, engineers, students from universities, industries across the world to present, debate the ongoing research activities, and hence to foster further relationships between universities and industries. ICAKMPET 2021 Learn Community Support will force and try to provide a stable mitigation solution for challenges in multidisciplinary research. ICAKMPET 2021 focused to build a knowledgeable union with science, technology, engineering, and management research synchronically on an indivisible platform. This conference will draw collectively research fellowships from diverse fields to share their research findings and latest ideas to impart growth. Focusing on today's challenges, difficulties faced in adapting and application of new developments made in respective fields, this conference aims to serve as a unique confluence of networking, learning, and is an ensemble which can catalyze individuals' development and save in society. The main intention of this conference is to integrate multidisciplinary research to deliver the best application towards the global welfare. So thank you all and welcome once again to ICAKMPET 2021. Now, without any delay, let me welcome our honorable dignitaries of the day. And today, firstly, I would like to welcome Mr. Siddharth Kumar Charger, the MD and founder of Technorid Group, who has joined here, and I would request him to deliver the welcome address. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Yes. Good morning, Gisela.
Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me in this opportunity to welcome all of our speakers, eminent scholars, delegates, conference participants by first praying our gratitude and praise to the Almighty God for all His blessing, grace, and mercies that have made us possible to gather for this conference in excellent condition and health. On behalf of IFERP, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to Second International Conference on Advanced Knowledge from Multidisciplinary Perspective in Engineering and Technology. Moreover, I honorably welcome our keynote and invited speaker, Dr. Hatim Hatef Abdul Kadim Aliasari Alday, Professor of Econometric, Siha University, Iraq. Dr. Suman Majumdar, Head and Research and Development, Bajaj Consumer Care, Mumbai, India. Dr. Robert Eberhardt, Associate Director of Research on Entrepreneurship and Society, Stanford University, California. And Dr. Suhail Mohammed, Associate Professor, Marketing and Entrepreneurship, Dhofar University, Oman. Next, I would like welcome our session chair, Dr. Runat Armenia Basnes, Dean and Associate Professor, College of Teacher Education, University of Antique, Philippines. Dr. Froilen Mobo, Associate Professor and Assistant Director, Department of Research, Development and Extension, Philippine Merchant Marine Academy, Philippines. Dr. S. Balakrishnan, Professor and Head Department of Computer Science and Business System, Sri Krishna College of Engineering and Technology, India. Dr. D.S. Robinson Smart, Professor, Mechanical Department, Karnal Institute of Technology and Science, India. Dr. Mohammad Radia, Associate Professor, Department of Software Technology Engineering, Jordan University of Science and Technology, Jordan. Dr. Chitra Kiran, Professor and HOD, Electronic and Communication Engineering, Alliance University, Bangalore, India. The world today is facing many challenges. We must address the sustainability agenda to deliver improvement in efficiency and resource productivity. Together with the public and private sector, non-governmental and intergovernmental organizations, scientists, engineers are responsible to build a better life and safety for society through the application of knowledge to convert resource into products and services without compromising the ability of future generations to cope with their needs. We should be clearly aware of the importance of interdisciplinary cooperation. We need to promote cooperation within the profession and also with natural and social scientists and the public in the national productivity and competitiveness. Curriculum and pedagogical reform in engineering education and continuous professional development to encompass wider social and ethical concerns are needed. International cooperation in engineering facilitates the exchange of knowledge and promote technologies applications for safer and well-being future to support human life sustainability. It is my hope that Second International Conference on Advancing Knowledge from Multidisciplinary Perspective in Engineering and Technology would be able to achieve its objective in providing an effective forum for academicians, researchers, and practitioners to advancing knowledge, research, and technology for humanity to discuss innovative ideas and diverse topics on advancement in science, engineering, and technology. In accordance with the vision and mission of IFERP, that is to become a world-class research organization, and it is part of our concern on contribute of science and technology for enhancing productivity and competitiveness for the welfare and development of the society. Hopefully, we all can significantly give more contribution for the advancement of society by supporting and suggesting the upcoming researchers to contribute and develop products, methods, process, and more which can turn bring benefit to all. IFERP, one of the largest professional association, in on its way to digitalize innovative process through our professional networking areas and thus providing our integrating virtual scientific community, mutual engagement, exploring potential of research, creating a cooperative and collaborative academic environment. Moreover, more than 68,000 members and 420 universities and institutions are associated with IFERP, utilizing our services in the field of engineering, science and technology by organizing and providing international conference, publication assistance, research assistant, guest lecturer, faculty exchange program, short-term training program, uh, and scientific conference management system. IFRP has stepped in and enriched strong network in Asia, Middle East, and in many European countries. While concluding, I would like to welcome all the conference participants who are awaiting to share their knowledge and experience and to explore better way of educating our future leaders. I take the opportunity to welcome each and one of you express our gratitude in your agreeing to participating in this ICAKMPET 2021. To put a conference on this magnitude together is not a small task to that end. So I would like to welcome and express my sincere gratitude to all our coordinator, executive committee members, organizing committee members, technical committee members, session chairs, national and international advisory committee member. I welcome all once again on behalf of entire IFERP group to ICKMPET 2021. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be part of this wonderful scientific event. Stay safe. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm welcome address. Next, I would like to welcome our keynote speakers of the day. So firstly, I would like to welcome Dr. Robert Eberhard from Stanford University from California. Next, Dr. Suman Majumdar from Head of Research and Development from Bajaj Consumer Care from India. Dr. Suhail Muhammad Gauss from Dhofar University from Oman. Dr. Hatem Hatip Abdul Khalid Ailsari Alti from Chinan University from Sulaimania. And our session chairs for the day, Dr. Renato Armenia from College of Teacher Education, University of Antibes from Philippines. Dr. Froilan D. Mobo from Philippine Merchant Marine Academy from Philippines. Dr. Chitra Karan from Alliance University from India. Dr. S. Balkrishnan from Sri Krishna College of Engineering and Technology from India. Dr. Mohammad Radaya from Jordan University of Science and Technology from Jordan. Thank you all for joining us, and I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters who have joined us from across the world and who will be sharing their valuable research work in enlightening us. So next, we'll be moving on to our preceding book release. On behalf of all the dignitaries and participants, we are happy to release our second international conference on advancing knowledge from multidisciplinary perspectives in engineering and technology, ICAKMPET 2021 preceding book. Congratulations to the entire team. Yes, next, without any delay, we would like to move to the keynote presentation. So our first keynote speaker for the day is Dr. Eberhard from Stanford University, California. So let me introduce and welcome to our first speaker. Robert N. Eberhard directs research at Stanford University's Graduate School of Business, where he studies entrepreneurship and how it shapes society. He earned his PhD in management science from Stanford University, and his academic publications span topics such as new theoretical constructs on how institutional change has complex effects on new firms and how entrepreneurship is changing society. He sits on the boards of technical ventures and nonprofits in the US and Japan. Before his academic career, Dr. Eberhard was a partner at Pacific Rim Partners, and he was the founder and CEO of Windstyle KK in Tokyo, Japan. He has advised governments in the US, Japan, and Sweden. Prior to pro-founding Windstyle, Dr. Eberhard was an executive with semiconductor and electronics hardware companies. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you very, very much for your very, very kind introduction. This is a great honor for me to be here and in front of this group of people. I thank the introductions we received and the descriptions of the engineering and management and innovation and the connection between innovation studies, the practical efforts that business people are doing, and the support that governments are giving to innovation. If I can share my screen, I'd like to give you just a short 10 minutes about some thoughts about innovation that I would like to, well, maybe entertain you a little bit. So, first I want to show you just some challenging thought. This is 35 years of innovation in the PC business. On the left here, this is an IBM PC from 1982. And on the right is a Dell desktop from 2017. In 35 years, we got from black and white screens to color screens. We went from disk drives to virtual drives. There is about 1,000 times more computing power in the PC on the right than on the left. And most of us agree that this is substantial progress in 35 years. But I'd like to compare this to the same distance of time. This is 35 years of difference in aviation. We went in 35 years from the first male aircraft in the United States to the Saturn V rocket, which first flew in 1967 and which had the output power of the entire nation of India today, just the rocket, and created Silicon Valley and a great deal of much of what we think of computing power. Even earlier times were very, very innovative. We like to think of ourselves as a very, very innovative age. But if we look at inventions around the year 1900, we see things like the sewing machine, the telephone, the mousetrap, the motorized bicycle, subways, movie cameras, smoke alarms, microphones, movie cameras, remote controls for the movie cameras, the first computers, airplanes, rockets, automobiles, the electric light. This was all around within 10 years either side of 1900. And during that age, they thought themselves as very, very innovative, very, very creative. And they were very proud they lived in an innovation era. And the lesson is not to make us feel bad, but it's to make us realize that we face challenges and that these challenges have been exceeded before. Let me point out some other things that are kind of interesting. Technologies that my students think are interesting these days, like the 1080p flat top screens that they use for televisions. They think that's a very modern thing. Those actually were first commercialized in 1987. Cell phones, we think of those as very, very modern. They were first used and commercialized in 1972. The compact disc first in 1982. The internet, the TCP protocol for communicating across the internet, was first used commercially in 1983. Recombinant DNA, something that we've become very relevant now that we face the COVID crisis and people are doing work in mRNA, that first was commercialized in 1980. Personal computers, of course, you all know, came out in 1980. And online chat is quite earlier, about 1973. So what we find is that innovations that we consider modern many times are innovations of the 1970s and 1980s, inspired by the innovation in the 60s in aerospace. And we're wondering, are we developing innovations as important today? In fact, this is a video of what we see very commonly is an innovation that is happening in the modern era. And I don't know if you can see this going on here, but you can see these are signals being sent among various nodes. And some of you, I'm sure, will recognize this before too long, that what these are online trades of stock market shares among various exchanges around the world. And you can see this is one particular company being traded, and it's trades that are happening across. And you can see it just gets incredibly busy. What's important about this is that this entire video, which goes on for 5 minutes, is only 1/10,000th of a second of time, of real time. These are high-speed trades. This is what our technology enables us now to do. The question we have to ask ourselves is this technology the technology we want to have? Or were technologies that we talked about earlier, particularly this one, are these the technologies we need to be striving for? Or is this becoming private? And those are the questions we ask ourselves in our research here at Stanford. We're trying to figure out if our modern world is producing the innovations, if our engineers are producing the innovations that will help us improve our lives of people generally, or are we becoming, and we need to ask ourselves the hard question, are we becoming a profession that creates opportunities for the wealthy? It's important to understand that what we think of as an innovation is actually a belief about innovation. It's very, very different in different times and different ages. For example, in the 1960s, in the United States anyway, innovation was thought in an era of cooperative business and government cooperation. We thought that the belief was that innovation was a common good, that was something that belongs to all of us. When we saw a rocket go up to the moon, it said USA on the side. It was a national effort. The system nowadays is highly localized. It's elitist. It's about Elon Musk. It's about individuals. And the belief is that a person can own innovation. And if a person can own innovation and just make money from it, then it's unlikely to be sustainable, since it won't have broad support. Engineers outside the United States and academic engineers like you folks have the opportunity to lead in this way. You can lead in developing innovations that serve people, serve the common effort, and make products and innovations that improve the lives of most of the people, not just a few of the very, very wealthy ones. I'm going to leave you with some words to remember that I've never forgotten that I think are important. This is from a English newspaper, and it said that financial firms have produced the best and the brightest geeks to quantify and diversify their risks. But the commercial banks, the investment and hedge funds, been mauled by the financial crisis, and now they're trying to figure out what to do. The problem was this was said in 1998, right after the Asian financial crisis, and we're now in our third wave, and we still haven't learned. So I'm challenging everyone on this call to think how you can develop innovations and be engineers in the public interest, and be a force of good and sustainability for the great many, many people. I'll leave you with this final thing, because we started with the Saturn V and the moons, and this is one of my favorite pictures, And Michael Collins, the person who took this picture, is the only human being, living or dead, not in the frame of that picture. I'll leave you with thinking about that. Thank you very, very much for the time to listening to me and understanding the challenge.
Thank you so much, Dr. Robert, for your amazing keynote talk. And it's an absolute honor to have you here.
Thank you.
So next, I would like to welcome and introduce to you our next keynote speaker, Dr. Suman Majumdar, from Head of Research and Development, Bajaj Consumer Care from India, to deliver his keynote speech. So let me introduce to you, he has more than 20 years of experience in various industry sectors, including pharmaceutical, polymer, FMCG, packaging, and agrochemical. He has hands-on experience in setting up and managing research operations, product-based research and analytical functions, and contributing strategically to the overall business and institutional growth. Over the years, he has completed multiple patentable innovations, applied for 18 patents for different kinds of products and technologies. Out of it, 16 were industrial and 2 individual. And he has led multiple teams and projects with experienced scientists, implemented new technologies, and worked on a global scale with research and manufacturing counterparts across the globe. Other key areas of expertise include an aptitude for linking innovation to business, internal, external stakeholder management, and managing large-scale operations. He has contributed to the overall performance of the product portfolio by introducing groundbreaking formulations and innovating patentable products and processes. He has the acumen to create team synergy between management, functional resources, and research scientists. He has prepared and presented reports on possible business and marketing strategies around innovations and enhancements to assist senior leaders in informed decision making. He has been an active member of the strategy leadership teams in his last organizations, including Sigma Aldrich, Unilever, L'Oreal, Avery Dennison, and Bajaj Consumer Care. He has held a postdoctoral fellowship with late Professor Alan Castry at the University of Florida and a PhD from the University of Calcutta from Center for Advanced Studies under the directorship of late Professor Asima Chatterjee. We welcome you, sir, Dr. Suman Majumdar. Dr. Suman, sir.
Hello.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Thank you for joining.
Thanks for the kind introduction, Jaysila. I think it's a great honor to be part of this August gathering. And I really thank the organizers to give me this opportunity to talk about a very, very important topic, which is on interdisciplinary science, interdisciplinary approach in science and technology. So let me share my screen. Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, so I have been given this opportunity to talk on advancing knowledge from multidisciplinary perspectives in engineering and technology. My key focus will be on more about what is the change in the trends around this thing. And so I would like to start my my talk with a little bit of a story around what happens when you are not in this approach and when you take this approach. So I usually call it a fish in a pond theory, and there is a story behind it. There is a pond where there is a fish which is curious to know about what is going on outside the pond, and they want to bring those insights and the technologies, and they want to implement it in here. So what happens? The curious fishes, one of them, they just jump outside the pond. They get some insights, they understand the thing, but then what happens? Eventually it dies because they can't come back and implement those things in the pond. Now a group of fishes, they decided that they will take a different strategy, and so they jump vertically upwards in a group of the group of fishes jump vertically upwards, get the insights, learn about what is going on outside, and come back and try to implement those in a multidisciplinary approach. So there is a team which is there, and it's not a kind of individual approach, individual expertise which will help all the time. So with this I would like to go into the fact that the earlier it was more about the subject matter experts, chemistry, physics, mathematics, biological sciences. These are the subjects where people have subject matter experts in different topics of these sciences. But now, in order to address the grand challenges the world is facing today, we have to bring these people together with different kinds of skills and expertise, because no one has everything that is needed to solve these problems. And eventually what happened is there is a connectivity between all these sciences, and the interdisciplinary sciences evolved. So if you look at today's journal papers in Nature and in material sciences, you will see that it's not a particular field of science which is working. It's a combination of team of different scientific fields, comprising of chemistry, maybe biological sciences, maybe material sciences. And so the whole outcome of the work is actually a conglomeration of all of these together. And that's what is interdisciplinary science, and not a particular subject matter expert delivering something which is very unique. And this has happened. So there is an orbit shift in the mindset with progress in interdisciplinary science. There were celebrity scientists who has delivered significant breakthroughs in science, but now a little bit of change has come, and so we operate as a team. So you all know about the Mars program for government of India, and it has been actually possible because there was a team of scientists from different fields: electronics, aeronautical sciences, even chemistry, and all different fields, material science. Together they actually delivered the mission Mangal, which is the Mars mission, and they have successfully landed the satellite between Earth and Mars. But the core, which has not changed. Actually, the passion for science and technology has to be there. And when work is a pleasure, life is a joy. So it has to be there at the core. But the only thing is, it's like in interdisciplinary science, it's a team science and not very individualistic science. What happens is a very complex thing, and it's worthwhile to see the connectivities between the different fields. Chemistry linked with biomedical sciences, environmental sciences, material sciences. It's a very complex map. But it's important to understand how one can complement each other and so come out with a very, very effective solution eventually. So if we want to have a very successful, diverse and successful scientific career, we need to understand how I can contribute and understand a little bit of this connectivity in order to become a very impactful scientist in interdisciplinary area. Let's take chemistry as an example. Chemistry can have its impact in all these different fields like cosmetics, pharmaceutical chemistry, environmental chemistry, food, plant science, biotechnology, forensic science, and so on. I mean, the subjects are never ending. You can have different functions actually delivering different things within this whole ecosystem, like regulatory, manufacturing, technical, marketing, teaching, intellectual property, everything. So you can have your career in all these things, but eventually what happens is a conglomeration of everything. So one who is working in research may have to connect very well with the manufacturing person, whereas there has to be a very clear understanding about the regulatory aspects of those things at a very early stage of development. And so is a connectivity with the intellectual property of the technical product or solution. Let's take one example, which is pharmaceutical chemistry. This is how pharmaceutical chemistry spans out. These are the areas where you need experts from different fields. For example, if it's analytical, you need an expert in analytical science, expert in chromatography, spectroscopy, etc. In drug metabolism, you need a clinical scientist. So to understand the core of what is happening with the drug in the body. You definitely need synthetic organic chemists to synthesize those molecules, scale up, and so you need pharmacology people who are experts in biochemistry, drug metabolizing enzymes for studies of protein structure. So to understand what does the drug do to the body. Similarly, when it comes to drug discovery, you need a specific set of specific skill set to actually understand what can be a potential drug lead molecule. So if I look at the whole gamut of activities which are happening, it's really, really complex, and it's so well connected to each other that you cannot do away with one from the other. And if you look at all these big companies like Merck, Lilly, Pfizer, and others who are launching new molecules into the market, they have to go through all these complex processes. And so it's very important that they work in synergy and try to deliver the best of the drugs in the market. So this process is very dynamic, and it's very well connected, well mapped nowadays. And so the companies has to have very good people who have clear understanding about where they should need help from the other interdisciplinary science, or for that matter, regulatory and all those things. And the network is well defined. The process in which they operate is very well defined, and so they come out with very good drugs with low toxicity and everything like that. Now, this complex process is always being cannot be handled by people only, because with the advent of huge amount of data with these billions and trillions of people across the world, it's very important to bring in the machine data analysis and learning. So is the evolution of artificial intelligence and how it is revolutionizing the pharmaceutical field. We'll have a glimpse of it. Yeah, so artificial intelligence in pharma is very important. And if you can see in all aspects, in drug discovery, in pharmaceutical product development, to find out the clinical applications of the particular lead molecule, medical diagnostics, and even when it comes to the market in the process of prescription of the precise medication, artificial intelligence is picking up in a big way. Another area which is becoming very popular, and slowly it will come in the coming years in a big way, is very personalized medicine. And that also requires a huge amount of inputs from artificial intelligence, because that data cannot be handled by human by a human expert, and it requires analysis by computing and very precision computer applications. So how it is helping in gist, it helps in improving the drug safety and reduce the risk, because all the toxicology and other data can be analyzed very easily and can be predicted through machine learning and analysis of data, huge amount of data. It can help monitor the drug manufacturing process in real time. So the risk of manufacturing errors and other things are diminished and reduced. And then it also can determine the drug efficacy. So this is how machine learning and artificial intelligence is impacting the pharmaceutical domain. You can see that there is a huge amount of startups which are coming up in this area, which means this area is a very important area in the coming years. And you can see around 2,000 startups which are working in different areas and helping the pharmaceutical industry in a big way. Another important aspect of new learning is augmented reality, and it's also revolutionizing the pharmaceutical industry. You can see patient and student education is being transformed with augmented reality, and it gives you a very good understanding about basically a visual of what actually happens within the body. Or even for the pharmaceutical marketing team, it acts as a very important tool to make the patient and the doctors understand how their solutions are working. In drug discovery, again, it's a very important tool, and you can use augmented reality from transferring data from lab to lab and connect to another scientist across the globe in order to do a real-time analysis of the data. For product demonstration for medical devices, or for that matter, a particular solution which is pharmaceutical, it's very useful to have it. It's also important to have it for the manufacturing, because you can have real-time audit done during the GMP process, and so it's helping in a big way to actually resolve these complex issues sitting remotely in another place. And so it is becoming very important nowadays to implement all these solutions into pharmaceutical industry. Now we were talking about only simple molecules, small molecules like aspirin has 21 atoms. But when it comes to biologics, you can understand the added complexity which is there. And with something around 20,000 atoms across, and and the added complexity which it brings in, it's really important to have something like artificial intelligence to help resolve these issues. So how does the complexity scale changes? It's a small molecule. Aspirin is 21 atoms, small size, complexity. We can bring in an analogy which is it's simple, like a bike, a technology which is like a bike. A large molecule which has more than around 3,000 atoms, it's almost like a car. So it's manageable, it's still manageable. But when it comes to like antibodies which have more than around 20,000, 25,000 atoms, it's almost like a jet, but without the fuel. Means if you add the fuel to it, which is when it is in the biological system or the human body, it's even more complex. So you can understand the extent of complexity which it brings. And so interdisciplinary science is becoming very important, and thus you need those type of solutions or tools to actually help the interdisciplinary team to resolve the issues and come out with very good solutions. This is a simple synthetic organic chemistry lab where you can see it's a round bottom glass with some reagents, and you can make a simple molecule like aspirin within few hours. But when it comes to a synthetic biology lab where you can make antibodies, you see it's a very, very complex system. And so that complexity brings in a lot of subject matter experts together in a team to find out a unique solution to your grand challenge. So I would like to thank again the organizers to give me this opportunity to be part of this conference. And I would leave you with that thought where actually interdisciplinary science is becoming a must, and it is influencing our lives in big way. And I'm sure that in the conference we'll hear more about these things, and our knowledge will get enriched. Thank you again, Jejila, for your introduction, and I am honored to be part of this conference.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your amazing keynote talk, and it's an absolute honor for us to have you at this conference and be part of it. So thank you so much, sir, for taking time and joining us. So next, I would like to welcome our next keynote speaker, Dr. Suhail Mohammed Gauss from Dhofar University from Oman, to deliver his welcome keynote speech. So let me introduce to you, Dr. Suhail is an associate professor of marketing and entrepreneurship at the College of Commerce and Business Administration at Dhofar University from Oman. Welcome, sir.
Thank
you. Yes, he holds a PhD in marketing and double masters in international business management. He is a fellow of Chartered Institute of Marketing from UK and a chartered management business educator from the Chartered Association of Business Schools from UK. And his research interest includes entrepreneurship, consumer behavior, export promotions, internationalization of SMEs, digital marketing, etc. His research has been published in leading journals like International Journals of Entrepreneurial Behavior and Research, Journal of Entrepreneurship in Emerging Economies, International Journal of Entrepreneurship and Small Businesses, Young Consumers, Journal of Islamic Marketing, etc., and serves as a member of the editorial board and scientific committees of peer-reviewed research journals and conferences. He has taught an undergraduate and postgraduate levels in India, Saudi Arabia, and Oman. So thank you so much, sir, for joining us. We welcome you.
Thank you, Jazila, for your kind words, okay, and my introduction. I am really honored to be here with such dignitaries. Okay, and we have such honorable speakers like Dr. Suman was there, Dr. Howard was there. Okay, and many more are still there. So, and regarding this conference, which is the second international conference on advancing knowledge from multidisciplinary perspectives in engineering technology, it has been a very good initiative by by the Institute of Engineering Research and Publication for bringing the research scholars from various streams like technology, management, okay, and science, okay, together on a common platform, or to showcase their skills about and their latest researches and developments in the area of innovation, technology, and in these areas. So it has been this is something very appreciating. Okay, and in continuation with the agenda of the conference, I would like to today speak related to the management side of the conference. Okay, because Dr. Suman has, and Dr. Howard has already talked about technology, so I will be taking up this management side of creativity and innovation, how innovation in through the management, it is helpful for the development of this area. So let me share my presentation today. So can you see the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Thank you. So this is one of the research. Okay, the latest research from my side. Okay, which has been on the entrepreneurial attitudes of the Omani students. Okay, so since I've been here in Oman. Okay, so and Oman is a Gulf country, which is basically rich in hydrocarbons and petrochemicals, and their main economy is dependent on the petroleum. Okay, petroleum products for so, but the last 5 or 6 years, you have been aware that there has been a downturn into the petrochemical industry, and the rates of the petroleum product, they have come down. So this has become a very serious issue for the government, especially for these GCC countries. Okay, and they have started looking for the diversification of their economies. And and all these countries, the 6 GCC countries, they have set up their visions. Okay, which is mainly based on the diversification of their economy from petroleum to other sectors. So one of the most important areas, okay, for the economic diversification is the development of entrepreneurship into these countries, which is still very low as compared to the Western countries. Like in US, okay, what is the entrepreneurship is it is the main source of income into the economy in the Western country. In European countries like Germany, like UK, like France, okay, SMEs, especially the entrepreneurship development is very high. Okay, and SMEs, they occupy a very important position in their economy. But here especially into the Gulf countries, most of the large companies, okay, which are mainly into the government owned enterprises, which are into the petrochemical industries, they are dominating the economy, and the contribution of the SME sector, it is very small. So the government is pushing very hard in order to improve all these things, and they are driving this through the one of the most important elements of the entrepreneurial ecosystem, which is the university, educational institution. So all the educational institution, universities in Oman, they have basically they have focus this entrepreneurship as one of the most important research area. Okay, for the development of knowledge into this area, and especially promotion. So this is one of the researches, okay, which we have conducted on the graduate and postgraduate students of in Oman. And basically we have tried to identify what is the role of gender and previous entrepreneurial exposure on the entrepreneurial attitudes and intentions of the Omani students. Whether gender is going to make an effect or the previous entrepreneurial exposure is going to affect the attitudes and intention of the students. So, and my other colleagues in this research are Dennis, Michael, and Shannon from United States of America, and I am here from Oman. So in this chapter, we are going to take up, this is basically the abstract, okay? Next, I will come to the introduction. So actually, we have been doing this research, especially on entrepreneurial attitudes and intentions for a good number of countries, okay? This Oman is not the first one. It has already been conducted in United States, many countries in Europe, in India, in China, and so on. So Oman is one of the additions into this knowledge base, okay? And our objectives they have been to identify the attitudes, intentions, experiences of the university students across multiple nations. So in this study we have taken up the the sample as the Omani students. So these are the objectives of the study, okay? We have explored basically the attitudes and intentions of the Omani student towards entrepreneurship, whether they are ready or and what they think about the entrepreneurship as their career choice. They want to work as managers or they want to work as entrepreneurs into the society. Second, what is the role of gender? Okay, males are more motivated for entrepreneurship, or females are more motivated to pursue entrepreneurship as a career choice. Okay, and lastly, which is a very important variable, that is what is the impact of the working exposure, okay, of the student towards entrepreneurship. Those students who already have the previous experience, either in the form of a job, okay, in the form of have a ownership of a small enterprise, or their family exposure, their parents, or in their family there is a family business, and they have been observing it through into their family. This is the theoretical framework, okay? This study is based on the theory of planned behavior by Edson, okay? And basically which was further extended by Kruger and Karsard in 1993 about the intentions models. So this is the framework, okay, on which our study is based, okay? So what is the role of cultural values and practices, okay? And what is the effect of previous entrepreneurial exposure on the attitudes, on the entrepreneurial intentions, and how it is going to impact into the new venture creation and entrepreneurial development behaviors. So cultural values, okay, what have been the cultural values of Omani students, okay? What is the Omani family system, okay? What have been their practices into the past, okay? And what basically is the impact of the previous exposure. So this was the methodology, okay, for this study. We have identified around 144 students, okay? Actually, this is the the number of responses which we have used in the study. Before actually we have collected as information or responses from around 180 students, but there were many incomplete responses which we have to delete, and these were the final responses. So we have used entrepreneurial attitudes orientation survey instrument, okay, which comprised of 4 sub-skills. The first was innovation, okay, second was the personal control, third was the self-esteem, and the fourth one was achievement. So data were assessed by utilizing a combination of descriptive and simple inferential statistics. T-test was performed to compare the sample mean to the mean entrepreneurial scores, and the secondary analysis utilized by ANOVA to examine whether or not entrepreneurial attitudes found among the Omani sample population were significantly different based upon the gender or previous exposure. Exposure could be in the form of ownership, family, or work to their entrepreneurial activities. And this was three proposed hypotheses, okay, on the basis of the literature discussed. The first one was students with earlier entrepreneurial exposure, they will exhibit a stronger entrepreneurial attitude than their peers not having the exposure. So since it is one of the basis of our research that what is the impact of entrepreneurial exposure, so we have supposed that those students which were having previous exposure in any forms, the three forms we have already discussed, either in the form of ownership or in the form of family exposure or work exposure, so they are going to exhibit more stronger attitudes, okay, rather than those without experience. Second hypothesis was based on the gender. Omani males will express stronger entrepreneurial attitude than the Omani female students. This is as per the social norms, okay. Here as you know, there is according to the cultural norms or social norms, okay, males are they have more stronger position into the society, so obviously we went through the these norms. And the third hypothesis was about the Omani students, okay, they will basically express lower entrepreneurial attitude than the American students. Yes, one more thing was here into the study. We have tried to compare this research with our previous research, okay, which was done in America, United States, okay. And in that research, we have conducted a survey on graduate and postgraduate students, okay, in an American university, and we have tried to relate what were their attitudes and what are the basically attitudes of Omani students and what is the difference. So this is the third hypothesis of the study. These are the findings, okay. The results of Omani student do not indicate that prior exposure is related to higher entrepreneurial attitude scores. Why? Because the p value was less than 0.05 as found in the US, but were like result from the studies in the Czech Republic and India. So 24% of the respondents had previous exposure through current or the past business ownership. For the ownership exposure, there were not statistically significant differences, okay, because again, the p-value was less than 0.05 between the scores, the subscales, or on the overall EAO measure, okay, because we have the 4 subscales in this survey. So it was not very much relevant. So 76% of the respondents, they had previous exposure through family ownership. For family exposure, testing for significant differences in the subscales or overall EAO did not produce significant results. 20% of the respondent has previous exposure through working for a small business. And respondents with work exposure did not score differently at a statistically significant level. Around 3/4 of the respondents in the study were female. Okay, here this is very strange here because in most of the educational institutions, higher education institutions in Oman, the number of female enrollments, it is much higher as compared to the male enrollment. So that's why the number of female students, okay, or respondents, it was higher than the male respondents. So this could have led to a lack of statistically significant results. Here is basically the 3 findings, okay. The ownership, you can see it is the family, and the third one is a work exposure. So these are the 4 subscales which are written on the left side: innovation, personal control, self-esteem, and achievement. And finally there are overall scores. So scores have been there for ownership, for the family exposure, and for the work exposure. So after this, we have entrepreneurial attitudes by the gender as per the second hypothesis. So there was a general pattern in the EAO and the subscale results. Female students scored at least as high as males in the overall EAO and each of the subscales except for self-esteem. So the male and the female student, the scores there were almost identical, okay, but only in the self-esteem scale, okay, it was a little bit higher, okay, for the males. Otherwise the male and female, they scored at the same rate. Then The third hypothesis, which was about the comparison of the entrepreneurial attitudes between the Omani and the American students. So Omani students, they scored higher than American students on innovation, personal control and achievement, but lower on the self-esteem. Okay, so in the three subscales, okay, Omani student scored higher, while in one, which is the self-esteem, American student, they scored on the higher side. The comparative norms are from a validated sample of US students. The difference between the mean scores of each subscale and the EAO overall are statistically significant, which is P is less than 0.0001. So here again, we have the Oman and the comparative. Okay, you can see here it is almost same, but here for the self-esteem it was much different. After that, the outcomes of the study. Okay, this study provides individual level data on the entrepreneurial attitudes of the students in Oman, especially in the Dhofar region, and how gender and entrepreneurial exposure are related to these attitudes. Okay, one more thing I would like to share here is that this research is important because here we are we have included the cultural aspect also here into this research. And secondly, this is an individual level data, okay, about the entrepreneurial attitudes of the younger generation in Oman. There is one more database which is very helpful, especially for entrepreneurship studies, which is through the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, GEM. Yes. Okay. So GEM also provides very good data, okay, database for the entrepreneurship research. But our data is a little bit different from that data, because that is organizational based, okay, or basically conducted on a large sample size. Okay, here this database, it is individual database, okay, and the researcher basically they can be highly benefited with this individual level data, especially if they are interested in doing this type of research. So the next was exposure, which was measured through previous work exposure, familial exposure, and the previous small business ownership. Of the three types of exposures, only directly working with a small business in the past was associated with statistically significant higher entrepreneurial attitudes. Okay, the Omani female scored higher on all four subscales and overall than their male counterparts. And these are the implications of this study. Okay, like other Gulf studies, Oman is also taking several initiatives to promote entrepreneurship and small business development among the younger population. Okay, that I already discussed. Why? Because their main aim, or according to the 2040 vision of Oman, economic diversification is very important, and they are promoting entrepreneurship a lot, and they are setting up business incubators, okay, entrepreneurial development exercises across Oman, mainly with the in association with the universities. So the study provides gender and exposure related entrepreneurial attitudes of the university students, which can aid in drafting policies for a continued and sustainable growth of entrepreneurship in Omani society and promote the small business in this country. Our study shows that young Omani adults possess the positive entrepreneurial attitudes, which supports for the developing suitable policies and building a more comprehensive entrepreneurial ecosystem in the Sultanate. Okay. As this network is built, it will be important to conduct more longitudinal studies in Oman, okay, because our sample size, it was much small as compared to the overall size of Oman and the population of Oman. So we prefer to have more longitudinal studies in Oman, which is going to determine the impact of this investment, especially in promoting and sustaining entrepreneurship in this region. If done properly, Oman can bolster its own economy and serve as an example for the rest of the Gulf nation. Okay, in this area where we have 6 countries, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, okay, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Oman. So in all these countries, basically they are working in promoting entrepreneurship, but Oman is little bit different from all these countries because Oman, first of all, it is not a the amount of hydrocarbons in Oman is not like Saudi Arabia and Qatar. There are lesser deposits of hydrocarbons in Oman, and that's why it is very important for Omani society or Omani economy, okay, to be diversified. So and lastly, the future research on entrepreneurial attitudes and the connection between the attitudes, intention, and actions is needed to help inform policymakers in Oman how to incentivize and encourage the entrepreneurial ventures. This study and its implications are based on a small sample set of Omani students, and with many of the respondents being female. There were statistically significant findings that suggest future research in the area which may be warranted, and future studies may include a more comparative analysis between Oman and other similar or not nations at the regional or international level. Okay, so this was a small presentation of our research. Okay, it was very brief. Why? Because the amount of time allotted to me, it was very short. And the last thing which I would like to mention here, okay, one other reason, okay, which is very important nowadays for all the countries, and which is very important in promoting entrepreneurship, is that there has been a continued job loss, okay, because of the development of technologies. Although it is very good for the industry, like development of this artificial intelligence and the introduction of robotics in all industries, especially into the manufacturing center in area, many jobs, they are at a higher risk. Okay, and it is not only in the area of engineering, but and manufacturing, but in management also, like accounting, like finance, like marketing. Okay, all these areas, basically they are at a higher risk where there is a job loss. So entrepreneurship is one of the areas, okay, which leads to self-employment. And if you are going to open an enterprise, you can basically offer employment to other people also. So this was all from me. Okay, I hope it was relevant to the session, and the listeners, okay, to this session, to this presentation, they may have some develop some ideas for their research.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your amazing keynote session.
Yeah, you are welcome, Jessica. Yeah, so that's all from me. Thank you so much. Okay, and again, I thank this conference and the conference organizers for inviting me for this keynote address. Okay, and thank you so much overall.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So next, I would request everyone to join us for a group photo. So kindly enable your cameras if you don't mind, and we can capture this moment together.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. So it will be nice if everybody can enable your camera and we can capture this picture. Okay.
I think you have to get everybody on it though.
Yes, requesting everyone to kindly enable your cameras. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, and 3. Smile. Yes, thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah.
Yes, so thank you so much to all our keynote speakers who has given us a lot of information and amazing keynote presentations. So next we are moving on to the technical sessions. So as per the agenda, we have the technical session 1A and 1B, and the technical session 1B will be conducted in a parallel room in the Zoom itself, and we have opened the rooms. So the technical session 1A participants can remain here in the same platform. All you have to do is the presenters giving the presentations in 1B. Please click on the breakout rooms that we have enabled here. So you can just join to the rooms. In case if you find any difficulty in joining by yourself, just put your name in the chat box and we can allocate you to the rooms. And requesting all the session chairs also to kindly move to the technical session rooms.
Sorry, Gisela.
Yes, sir.
If I understand it correctly, the session 1A should stay in this session, right?
Yes, right.
Okay.
Yes. So our session chair for technical session 1A is Dr. Muhammad Raidia, who is an associate professor from the Department of Software Engineering from Jordan University of Science and Technology from Jordan, and Dr. Renato Arminia Basanes, who's Dean and Associate Professor 4 from College of Teacher Education, University of Antique from Philippines for technical session 1A. So I welcome you all. And Dr. D.S. Robinson Smart, Professor from Mechanical Engineering from Karunya Institute of Technology and Sciences from India, and Dr. Froilin D. Mobo, Associate Professor 2, Assistant Director from Department of Research, Development and Extension from Philippine Merchant Marine Academy from Philippines for technical session 1B. So welcome all the session chairs. So we'll begin the technical sessions once all our participants are ready and split it to the respective rooms. And before we begin, I would like to make a note that all the presentations, oral presentations, will be given 10 minutes for your presentation and 2 minutes for the Q&A session. Please make sure that you complete your presentation within the allocated 10 minutes. And please make sure you are using an updated version of the Zoom application and your presentations are ready, clear with proper internet connections. So let's see how many of them have joined, and we'll begin quickly without any delay.
Sorry, Giselle.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Good morning.
Yes, please tell me. Good morning.
Yeah, sorry, just a quick questions. I mean, according the agenda, it seems that the presentations are starting 11:20, and now it's 10:30. Is there any shift in agenda?
No, actually, can I know from which country you're currently located? And actually, the agenda is as per the Turkey time.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So actually now in Turkey, it's 10:30.
Okay. Just a moment. Maybe we have just run a little bit quickly as per the agenda. We are moving right. We haven't missed any presentation, so we'll be on time.
I mean, don't get me wrong, like maybe there is a confusion. Like for instance, it seems like the first one is from 11:20 until 11:30. So actually, this is the first one, and now it's still 10:30. So maybe the presenter.
We will be beginning as per the agenda itself, but we'll just wait for everybody to join and settle down. So meanwhile, it would take some time, like by the time they take a short break and everything.
No, don't get me wrong. I mean, now the difference is not 10 minutes, it's different about 1 hour. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So maybe what I'm saying, like Rehab, for instance, I mean, the person who is going to present the first one, maybe she is, I mean, if he or she, I think she, so I think it's still 1 hour for her presentation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. I'll just check with the team and get back to you in a minute.
No worry.
Yeah.
We are 50 minutes ahead on schedule.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, apologies for the inconvenience caused. So as we are running ahead to the agenda, we'll be taking a short break and we'll be getting back on time as per the agenda. That is 11:20. We'll be beginning our technical sessions. So requesting all the presenters to be ready by the time. So Dr. Suhail, I hope that's clear now. So we'll be going for a short break now. Okay, so thank you so much. See you all after the break.
Okay, thank you.
கட் பண்ணிட்டு வரேன் அப்படி வரேன் எங்க இருக்கு
I'm so happy that you're having a lot of fun. But Sam, you've got lots of comfy pants, Mama. You want to
Yes, welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone is back after the break. So next we'll be moving on to our technical sessions, requesting all the session chairs and the presenters to be ready. Yes, so I'll be calling upon our first presenter for the technical session 1A. So I would like to invite Rehab Al-Sabroti for presenting the paper on artificial intelligence and lean in the service of patient comfort, modeling healthcare process. Yes, Rehab, can you hear us?
Yes, hello. Yes,
Yes.
I'm here.
Yeah, hello.
But I don't know how to share my presentation.
Do you see a green button at the bottom of your Zoom applications called share screen? Yes. Yes, it's visible now.
Okay. So I can start now?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So hi, everyone. I'm so glad to participate in this conference today. I'd like to share with you this presentation. It's about modeling healthcare process, Hospital 4.0 model, and I hope you enjoy it. So first, let me introduce myself. My name is Rehab El-Sabrouti. I'm a development business manager in nuclear energy, specialized in scaffolding and thermal insulation of pipes in France. I'm also a student researcher in third year at Ibn Tufayl University. So the subject of my thesis is modeling healthcare process to simplify the patient care pathway. I'm supervised by Mr. Elwadi Abdelaziz, professor, researcher in business sciences, ERP, and supply chain management at Ibn Tufayl University. Actually, I'm working on a paper detailing the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on hospitals to show the flaws in the supply chain that resulted in hospital not being able to cope with this health crisis. Now let's move to abstract. As we all know, COVID-19 appeared on November 16, 2019 in Yuan. In Europe, Italy and Spain were the first to be hit before the entire continent was. This health crisis has affected the whole world and at all levels: hospital capacity, number of health workers, shortage of medicines. With 531,816 deaths worldwide as of December 16, 2021. The disease has shown that the healthcare system is not sufficiently prepared to cope with the coronavirus. COVID-19, like any other disease, requires a follow-up of its evolution to reduce its harmful effects. in order to ensure the comfort to the patient by offering them a care path adapted to their situation. So the exploitation of artificial intelligence within the hospital is necessary, and is by approaching the human cognition in the analysis of complex medical data. So the objective of this study is to generate the patient's care pathway from his initial state at the first consultation with the physician or doctor. To do this, we will have to optimize the hospital supply chain by modeling the patient's care pathway. First, we will proceed by identifying all the entities contributing to the hospital logistics chain. Then, the supply chain will be optimized thanks to the use of Lean to deliver to the patient what the needs when he needs it to accomplish its care. Finally, the multi-agents method will be used to model all actors presented in hospital chains. For example, radiology, surgery, pharmacy, accounting, and to show the interactions that can take place to make them as effective as possible. Before detailing the approach followed for this work, I would like to define what is Hospital 4.0. So it's a strategy that aims to facilitate decision-making. It concerns all the actors in a medical structure, whatever its nature and its constraints. It is based on the digitalization of all the information flow in order to simplify the analysis of data and make conclusions that will allow to respond efficiently to problems like shortage of drug, vaccine, lack of materials, etc. Therefore, Hospital 4.0 makes the structure more flexible and more capable of serenely managing expected events like coronavirus. So as you can see here, the slide shows actors who contribute to the patient's care pathway and how a healthcare transforms a patient from the state of unhealthy to healthy. It is accomplished through a series of medical and other healthcare operations. When we look at healthcare process over time, especially when we see it from the patient's perspective, we see flows of patients, clinicians, medicines, supplies, and equipment in time and space. We see the transformation of the patient from the moment at which she presents and diagnostic symptoms to initial assessment, definitive diagnosis, and finally to treatment and recovery. When we look at operations, on the other hand, we see the work performed by doctors, nurses, lab technicians, pharmacists, etc., to accomplish this transformation. The interaction of patients, clinicians, medicines, and healthcare equipment in time and space. To make fundamental improvement in the process of producing healthcare services, we must distinguish between the flow of patients or process from the clinical workflow operations and analyze them separately. So the objective is reducing the patient waiting, as we can see here. That's why we have to identify waste, healthcare operation, and administration, which cause a prolongation of the treatment process. To do that, we're going to use a flow chart to represent in which phase of the process the patient has to wait without added value. So this flowchart details the process of that every patient's flow from the moment they feel the need. The losses that can be found in this process are as follows: overproduction, like producing more sooner or faster than is required by the next process; waiting, transportation, the necessary handling or transportation multiple handling, overprocessing, inventory, motion, and defects. To eliminate those wastes, we are going to use standard work, which means an agreed upon set of work procedures that establish the best and most reliable methods and sequences for each clinician and support.
Once I reach that, it will take me to the another one, to the another conference. I'll try to read to tell you.
Rehab, you may continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was talking about what is the standard work. So it established the best and most reliable methods and sequences for each clinician and support staff members. For that, we have 5 steps to do. The first one, conduct a running time observation. So the goal of running time observation is to determine the tasks of the operation and the actual sequence of tasks in the current state, together with the actual time it takes to perform each task. The second step is create a standard worksheet. It provides an illustration of the process in a particular work area with the layout of equipment, furniture, medicines, and supplies. Is created at the same time that you conduct your running time observation. After that, the third step is person flow chart. It takes the information from the time observation form and displays it visually to determine how many clinicians and support staff are needed in each work area to distribute work so that time can be met. The fourth step is create a standard work combination sheet. It takes the information from the time observation form and displays it visually to highlight opportunities for improving the sequence of work tasks by showing the relation of manual time and machine time in terms of the total process. So manual time is the time clinicians and support staff spend performing specific tasks or work tasks in the work cycle. And the machine time may refer to the cycling of health equipment. The fifth steps and the last one is create standard work instruction sheet. This document details the process at each workstation, providing explicit instructions for new workers so that they will pick up the method quickly and correctly. And of course, the same method for all, for example, for all nurses or all doctors. So now, after optimizing the process, we will model it using multi-agent system approach to make decision easily, and that is the purpose of Hospital 4.0. To build this model, we need to define environment, organization, interaction or roles, and of course the nature of agents. In this model,
so it is good candidate.
This model, we have opted for the intelligent agent because it's autonomous, able to cooperate and learn from their environment. We relied on a model of BDI agents, which mean believe, desire, intention, distributed in an AGR, Agent Control Organization. We choose BDI architecture because we work with intelligent agents and it is based on a known and appreciated theory of rational human action. So an agent represents an entity in the supply chain. So it has system constraints and identification, name and the location, and environment constraints and common product flow and outgoing product flow. In this study, I chosen 5 agent or 5 actors: patient, doctor, administrative support staff, pharmacy, lab technicians, and I define the role of each. That is important to know to facilitate the modelization of the supply chain using this multi-agent system. After determining the organization, the environment, the role, and agents, we model the process using Petri networks. The transitions in green represent the different interactions between agents. And for example, here P1, it represents a patient. P3 represents administrative staff. So we can see clearly the interactions between patient and the other. T1 represent unhealthy patient, and T8 represent a healthy patient. As we can see here, it's a small simulation of this model that can show us different.
Excuse me, Rehab. Yes, your time limit has been over. Kindly conclude within 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the last part. So I said that it's a simulation of this model that can show us different interaction between agent, and we can know if we add several patients, for example, here at the beginning, if the hospital will have the capacity to take care of all the patients, respecting the tech time defined in the standard sheet. So to conclude, having a flexible hospital is not a simple step to take, but it's a way to be armed against pandemics like COVID-19. Technology is changed, and sadly, new disease appears. It is therefore essential to use technology in the healthcare to reduce the impact and exposure to diseases. Hospital will remain a human industry. Patients will always need physical contact with their doctor and nurse to be reassured. Hospital 4.0 does not exclude this contact. On the contrary, it frames it in such a way as to intervene when it really needs. And that brings us to the end. I'd like to thank you for your time and your attention. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you.
Sure. And thank you so much, Rehab, for your presentation. Session chairs, any questions? Okay, I hope there are no questions. Participants, if you have any queries or any kind of information, you may put your email address in the chat box and you may interact with the co-presenters. So thank you so much, Rehab, for your presentation. So next we'll be moving on to our next presenter. So next we have Zohar Kot, who will be discussing on the sustainable solutions to treat water for drinking purposes. And it is going to be a video presentation.
members that are speaking from far away. I'm sorry I cannot be there live. I traveled for emergency and I actually missed the live session with a few members. But I hope that you can reach me out if you have any questions. And I'll be very glad to be able to share our research with you. Thank you very much for reaching out.
Zohri, there is no voice.
Just a moment. Can you please check now?
Still, it's not. There's no voice.
Just a moment. Our technical team will be sharing the screen right away. Audio, please. Audio, please. Okay, so meanwhile, we check with the technical glitch from the video presentation. We'll call upon our next presenter. So next, I would like to invite Mustafa Andak Aiwaz for presenting the paper on a software architecture for an integrated payment service provider system. Yes, good afternoon. Can you please unmute? So you're not audible.
Yes, good afternoon. You hear my voice?
Yes, yes, now I can hear you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And you see the slides, the presentation?
You have started sharing the screen, but the slides are not yet visible. Yes, now it's clear. And you can put on slide mode and begin. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, let me introduce myself, Eldal. I work in Paysel, which is a subsidiary of Turkcell, the GSM company in Turkey. Our company is a fintech financial technology company, which is a payment and electronic money company. In this presentation, I would like to present you our project, which is called Software Architecture for a Payment Service Provider System. This project is mainly we launched our project. It's in live. We use it in the market recently. It takes about 3 quarters. We started last year, and this year, in the mid-time of this year, we launched the project. Our team is Paysel Merchant Payment Technology Solution Department, which is especially serve some solutions to the merchants in the market. These services include online payments, especially. And in this project, we especially serve to the merchants, our clients, online card payment processes via virtual POS. Our project requirements mainly consist of the flexible POS, point of sale ownership management. The merchants easily and cost effectively make integrations with our systems. We also serve as a card storage system to our merchants and for their end users. I mean, the card storage is bank cards, credit cards, debit cards, or prepaid cards, digital wallet, I mean. We securely store the consumers' cards in our system. And by the way, any merchant who is integrated in our payment system can use these cards. And we also offer some alternative funding methods. In this diagram, you can see there are three main actors. First one is merchants, which is our main customers. We are located at the center of the system with SpaceL. And between merchants and banks, we facilitate the transactions. And we also, these transactions are secure transactions. We store cards, and also when the merchants make their purchases, we send their revenue. So
Mr. Andak Aiwaz, can you hear us?
I think he got disconnected.
Yes, but he is still online in the room, I guess. Mr. Andak, can you hear us? Kindly give us a minute to check with the presenter session chairs. Mr. Andak, can you hear us? Requesting all the presenters to kindly look into the network issues. So please let me know if our next presenter, Yasser Ghadoum, is available here to give his presentations. Yasser Ghadoum. Okay, please let me know if the next person is available. Masturina Mahazir. Masturina Mahazir.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You may begin your presentation, that is on bibliometric analysis on authentic leadership.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I will share my screen first.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
All
You
right.
may begin.
So, okay, Assalamualaikum and a good day to
Waalaikum
everyone.
assalam
So I am actually Nur Azni Abdul Aziz. So I am the supervisor for Masturina Mahathir. Actually, she can't make it today, so I will present on behalf of her. Yeah. So today I will present my study with the title Bibliometric Analysis on Authentic Leadership. Yeah. Okay, so I'm a senior lecturer at the Department of Foundations of Education, Faculty of Educational Studies in University Putra Malaysia, and I have 22 years of experience in the field of education, and my research interests are in the areas of educational administration, school leadership, and also school management. Yeah, and so this is the abstract of the research. Okay, so studies on school leadership has proven that effective leadership is crucial for improving school outcomes. Yeah, so school leaders have an indirect impact on students' learning performance through their roles in influencing the teachers' attitudes and behavior outcomes. Leaders with authentic leadership portray good values, lead with integrity, motivate their employees, and be transparent with their intention, leading to desirable work attitudes and behavior. So this paper aims to provide a detailed analysis of bibliometric review on authentic leadership with published or Paris software for incorporating the obtained data. Okay, meanwhile, POS viewer was employed for data visualization, and the Scopus database was utilized to collect all literature in authentic leadership. Therefore, a total of 706 articles were clarified and evaluated from various authentic and qualified journals starting from 1997 to 2021. Okay, so the topic of authentic leadership has been introduced by leading scholars in the West over the past decades. Okay, so scholars like Avolio and Garner and Walumba had given various definitions and meaning to authentic leadership based on their respective understandings and view. So the term leadership was developed from the intersection of leadership, ethics, and positive organizational behavior. That is by Olivier and Garner, 2005, while Walumba defined authentic leadership as a pattern of leader behavior that draws upon and promotes both positive psychological capacities and a positive ethical climate to foster greater self-awareness and internalized moral perspective, balanced processing of information, and relational transparency on the part of leaders working with followers, fostering positive self-development. And the research objectives, okay, this paper will present a bibliometric analysis on scientific literature on authentic leadership by looking into three main research questions that are: how has authentic leadership research evolved and been distributed? What key topic areas have been discussed in authentic leadership research? And who are the major players in authentic leadership research and how have they collaborated? Yeah. And the bibliography study accessed the Scopus scientific database to analyze publications with the word authentic or authentic leadership in their title. So it considered all types of documents published in Scopus database from the year 1997 until 2021, okay, until recently lah. Okay, and a total of 706 articles were clarified and evaluated from various authentic and qualified journals starting from 1997 to 2021. Yeah, and published or perished software is used for incorporating the obtained data, while POS viewer was employed for data visualization. And as for the results, okay, this section deals with the result obtained from the bibliometric analysis related to the research questions. And firstly is on the evolution and dissemination of authentic leadership research. So to address the question on evolution of authentic leadership research and trends in its dissemination, okay, the study will analyze the data on the number of publications per year, the source title, source and document type, and also the document's language. All right, so first we will look at the publication by years. So the table shows the statistics on annual publication of authentic leadership research from the year 1997 to 2021 and indicated a trend of increasing numbers of publication. Okay, we can see from the graph there, okay, it shows there is an increased number of publication, yeah. And from 1997 to 2011, okay, fewer than 20 documents on authentic leadership were recorded in the Scopus database. Okay, so interestingly, there was a drastic increase in the number of documents published on authentic leadership starting in 2013, okay, with the 43 documents published that year. And the number gradually increased, yeah, from the year 2013 until 2021. Okay, reflecting the growing interest in authentic leadership. Okay, next is on the source of documents. Okay, so the study also sought to determine where authentic leadership documents has been published by analyzing the database on document source types. So the table shows the journals were the most common source, representing 620 with 87.82% of the total, yeah? And followed by books, that is with the total publication 59, that is 8.36%, with a huge difference actually, yeah? That is 79.46%. And then we have trade journals, okay? This is normally intended for a specific industry, okay, trade or type of business, and usually published in the form of a magazine. A periodical with a topical subject were the least frequent document type. Okay, that is only one, yeah, document. And the next one is on the document types. Okay, as shown in the table, okay, 80.45% of the total publications came from articles. Yeah, this was followed by book chapter, that is 52, and documents presented at the conference of the symposium, 27, and review paper with total publication of 25. Yeah, and the other types of documents such as editorials, erratum, notes, books, and letter, okay, each represented less than 2% of the total publication. All right, for the source title, okay, the journal Leadership Quarterly, okay, contributed the greatest number of publication on authentic leadership, that is 31 publication, and this was followed by the Leadership and Organization Development Journal, okay, with 29 publication, and Authentic Leadership Clashes, Convergences and Coincidences, that is 90, Journal of Nursing Management, and followed by Leadership. And the rest are below 15 number of publication. Okay, while for the language use, okay, the table reveals that English was the most common and accounted for 96.78% of the 709 publications on authentic leadership. So Spanish was used second most often, but accounted for only 0.98%. Yeah. And the rest of the documents were published in 6 other languages, namely Korean, Portuguese, German, Japanese, Polish, and also Turkish. Yeah. All right, for the subject area, okay, we will look at the subject area. Okay, the study classified the document based on their subject area. Yes.
Excuse me, Ms. Noor, sorry to interrupt. You have another 2 minutes left to conclude.
Okay. Yeah. 2 minutes. Okay. All right. So this is the subject result. So as you can see, business management and accounting has the largest number, that is 412 total publication. Yeah. Okay. So now we look at the figure. It presents the network visualization of the author keywords. So if you can see, the most keywords used: authentic leadership, authenticity, leadership development, and so on. Okay, so this is the keywords analysis. And just the same, okay, so we know that authentic leadership used as the keyword is the highest number with 420 for total publication using the word authentic leadership and followed by leadership and also the rest of the keywords. Okay, and the next one is on the major players and collaboration in authentic leadership. Okay, so we can see that the United States had the leading position, followed by Canada and also the United Kingdom, and also the remaining national affiliations. Okay, we can see from South Africa, Indonesia, India, and so on. And also the main institution. Okay, you can see there that is from the University of Western Ontario that carries 29 publication from that university. It contributed the most in authentic leadership research and followed by the rest. And the last one is on the most productive authors. Okay, we can see that Avolio, Gardner, Leshinger, Walumba, Wong, okay, they have the most publication, productive authors, they are the most productive authors. And these productive authors in authentic leaderships all came from European countries. And so based on the bibliographic analysis, we can see that the research on authentic leadership experience and increase of publication by years. So findings indicated that the numbers of related research of authentic leadership in the educational field were limited compared to other fields. So researchers and practitioners should give more attention to developing and improving the research on authentic leadership. Okay, so with that, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Noor Razni, for your presentation. Session chairs, any questions? Okay, I hope there are no questions. So thank you once again. So next, I would like to call upon our next presenter. I invite Mavlood Noor Kagreoglu for presenting the paper on a software architecture for web-based front-end credit card payment with a web service call. Any co-authors from Mavlood's team? Okay. Presenters, please make sure you're there on time or any of your co-authors are available to present. Yes, Mavlood, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So are you ready with your presentation? Shall we begin?
Okay. Hello, I am Mevlüt Çakıroğlu. I will present your software architecture for web-based front-end credit card payment with a web service call project. I would like to thank my teacher Uğur and Mehmet who supported the flow of my project. Project I am a project manager. We have designed and developed this project with my team, PaySal Business Intuition Bill Payment Department. We start our project in 2020 and I am to finish it in 2022. Project documents. It is about the design and development of an Android terminal application that allow payment by credit cards on dealer portals. Within the scope of this project, an application will be designed and developed that will enable payment credit cards over dealer portals, be it WP. The application to be developed will be able to work in integration with the PaySal Android POS system. Employees at the dealers will use the dealer's web portal, send the credit cards, payment according to the customer request, and the Android POS system will be contact with the PaySal with WP POS integration and be meet between the banks with the REST service. By using innovation, expect and collaboration, by using an attendant machine learning methods, segmentation analysis will be performed on payment behaviors performed to draw dealers. It will be studied on how to develop parallel algorithms in order to perform high performance clustering analysis and the behavioral data that is performs a result of bill payment data, which has the characteristics of big data, microservice tokenization, security, flexibility, activity, work package, one project proposal, proposition to project start, project development, functional and user expanded tests, packets life path are the activities. We will work on the creation of data with an attribute pool that will answer the question. We will determine for segmentation analysis while using Spark infrastructure for high performance data processing. Coding events data can be scalable and high performance. Key performance indicators, complication rate of the project output products, software requirements, at least 90%, accuracy radiant clustering analysis to be performed on customer payment data, at least 90%. A software architecture for web-based front-end credit card payment with a web service called expected output benefits. It is expected that 100 customer satisfaction will be provided easy of payment to our customer who come to our Turkcell. The others are bill payment representance by means segmentance analysis. It will be possible to report without the payments are at the beginning, mid, and of the month session, and with what amount the customer may collective. Segmentation analysis will be carried out by keep the statistics of paying customer and obtain information about which types of payments are made. On a national basis, innovate software specific to the bill payments market in our country be developed. In the following stakes, our company income will increase by expanding our projects and being ahead of our competitors. It will provide new payment options on the reseller web portals. Therefore, it is a product that will provide educational income to our company. The project's output product will be able to increase the number of invoice payments by 10 by enable the invoice payment progress to be made with a credit card on the dealer web portal. Risk of inaccuracies and logical errors that may occur during the design piece of the software can be prevented by activities involving relevant units in the development progress. The software will be developed to the extent of the coherence and feedback of the relevant performational. This method will prevent design results problems.
Excuse me, Mevlud, you have another 2 minutes left.
Repeat.
Yes, please continue. Yes, Mevlud, your presentation has completed. Do you have any points to add on? Yes, Mevlud, can you hear me? Like, do you have any points to add on? Shall we conclude your presentation? Okay, I hope Mevlud's presentation has come to a conclusion. Yes?
Do I hear you?
Yes, tell me, do you have any points to add on to your conclusion?
Yes.
Okay, please continue and conclude your presentation.
Okay.
Lud, are you done?
Okay, thank you so much, Mevlud, for your presentation. So with this, we come to the end of Mevlud. Any questions, session chair for Mevlud?
No.
Okay, so thank you so much. So our second presenter, Mr. Yasser, has joined right now. So requesting the session chairs to kindly permit him to present his work now. So Yasser Gadom, can you hear us? Mr. Yasser? Mr. Yasser, are you ready for the presentation now? Okay, so we'll move on to our next presenter. So next, I would like to invite Fauzan Al-Qaisi for presenting the paper on analyze the influence of liquidity on profitability and stock returns using a group of Jordanian companies working in the food and beverage sector listed in Amman Stock Exchange. Dr. Fauzan, good afternoon. Dr. Fauzan, your mic is muted. Can you please unmute? Dr. Fauzan, can you please unmute your mic?
Hello,
Yes,
hello, are you
yes.
hearing me now?
Yes, I can
Excuse
hear you
me.
now.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me, maybe there's something wrong happened. Electricity in Amman now shut down. I don't know why, but okay. And now I by phone. I use my phone to present my presentation. Excuse me.
Yeah, sure, sure.
I will
That's
not
fine.
present the PowerPoint for you.
Okay.
Okay. Now, just to remember what I write. My paper talking about analysis of an influence of liquidity on profitability and the stock returns, using some companies or some groups of Jordanian companies working at the food and beverage sector listed in Amman Stock Exchange. As you know, I'm talking about the working capital. I'm talking about the short-term investment. About management of current assets. Working capital is, as you know, is a significant and critical structure of corporate finance because it's bright and direct impact on the liquidity and the profitability objective. Or, as you know, also management of current assets, or I'm talking about working capital related to current liabilities and current assets. Current liabilities, this is short-term debt, all the liabilities or all debt with the maturity date less than 12 months. And other side of balance sheet, I'm talking about working capital related with the current short-term investment. I mean about the current assets, all assets you can convert it to cash without significant loss within 90 days, okay? It's of, as you know, the net working capital or current assets and current liabilities, it's significant, important in economics research and studies for question and of current assets, and more than half of the total assets of industrial companies and distribution of companies. The primary objective of my study, or the primary purpose of this study, is to determine how the change in liquidity strategies can either positively or negatively affect the company profitability over the short term. This study proceeds to analyze the influence of liquidity and profitability using a group of Jordanian companies working in food and beverage sector during the period from 2013 to 2016. These companies are traded in Amman Stock Exchange. To do that, the relationship between those two indicators over the short term empirically tested by calculating the correlation between these two independent variables using two different measure tools in terms of liquidity as presented before. In tool one, calculating the correlation between liquidity measured by current ratio. Current ratio, I mean current assets over the current liabilities, short term with the short term assets, or with the short term liabilities. And profitability measured by return on assets. This is the first tool. The second tool, calculating the correlation between liquidity measured by cash conversion cycle, and profitability measured by return on assets, based on the, as I mentioned before, based on the company's published financial statement or financial data. The relationship was observed and determined with the help of a statistical procedure. The observations presented as follow now. It was observed a significant positive correlation between liquidity, assessing by current ratio, as I mentioned before, and profitability, assessing by return on assets in the short period. contrasting the most literature or the many studies in this field. And it was observed correlation between liquidity measured by cash conversion cycle and profitability measured by return on assets. We have a significant negative correlation in short run, supporting the primary literature. The first test to examine the hypothesis why investigated the current ratio and return on assets ratio correlation coefficient between them for the year 2013, 2014, and 2015 and 2016. Second test to examine the hypothesis, we investigated cash conversion cycle and return on asset ratio correlation coefficient between them for the year 2013, 2014, 2015, and 2016. As you know, the correlation coefficient is value between a plus or minus 1. According to the first test, the proposed hypothesis ultimately rejected the anterior studied sample. For all years, the correlation between the two variable liquidity, as we mentioned before, is calculated by current assets divided by current liabilities, and profitability calculated by retain divided by assets, was significantly positive. And according to the second test, the proposed hypothesis was expected by the majority of anterior studied example, except the correlation coefficient for year 2015, which recorded positive correlation. But for 2013, 2014, 2016, the correlation between the two variable liquidity, as I mentioned before, as calculated by cash conversion cycle, and profitability retained divided by assets calculate, it was significantly negative. This result support the primary literature. That's all. This is just that's all. This is my conclusion. I'm very sorry about the this problem, the electricity shutdown in Amman. And welcome, Dr. Radaide. I think you are in. Are you hearing me, Dr. Radaide?
Yes.
Yes, I'm in Amman too. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
You know now I think in this is shut down or cut down the electricity. Okay. Do you have my name is Fawzan Al-Qaisi from American University in Madaba. Okay, now the electricity. Okay.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Fawzan Al-Qaisi, for your presentation. So, session chairs, any questions for Dr. Fawzan?
No, thank you, Dr. Fawzan.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your presentation. Yes.
Yes.
So,
thank you for
next, I would like to invite Hydra Istaw for presenting the paper on security impact of cross-site scripting, vulnerabilities on web applications and their awareness.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. So you may begin.
I'll close my video for good network and I'll start sharing my screen.
Yes, please.
Screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum and good day to all of you from wherever you are joining us. I'm very happy to be part of this conference. My name is Aissatou Haidara. I'm from Gambia, West Africa. I'm currently studying, doing my PhD program in University Putra Malaysia in Malaysia under the supervision of Abu Bakar Muhammad Sultan, Associate Prof. Dr. Hazura Zulzalil and Dr. Novia Admo Disastro. So today I'm going to present to you our paper on the security impact of cross-site vulnerability on web application and their awareness. Cross-site vulnerabilities are one of many vulnerabilities that exist in web applications.
Ms. Haidara, there is some noise coming in the background. If you come closer to the microphone, it would be great.
Okay. Are you hearing me clearly now?
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, as I was saying, cross-site scripting. Sorry. Sorry about that. Cross-site scripting vulnerabilities are one of the security vulnerabilities that affect web applications. In this paper, we are talking about the security impact that it has on web applications that we use today. This type of vulnerability has of three types that are identified in literature. And the first type is reflected cross-site scripting. This type of cross-site scripting is the one that occurs the most, and usually occurs when victims are tricked into clicking a malicious URL. As you can see in the top picture, it shows an example of a typical reflected cross-site scripting activity. Usually, attackers will access a vulnerable web application and insert some type of script where the application normally accepts user data or information. Normally, when you visit a website, you may insert a username or password or some kind of request to access information from the website. And these are the vulnerabilities that attackers will exploit and insert scripts that when users visit it, they become victimized. The second type of cross-site scripting is named stored cross-site scripting. Just as the name suggests, this type of scripts, they are saved in the database or comment fields or message forms of a vulnerable web application. And when the users visit it, their attack, their sessions can be hijacked by the attacker, and so many malicious activities can be carried out from in the name of the user. The next type of cross-site scripting is DOM-based cross-site scripting. This one is more rare than the first two, but it's also equally dangerous. In this one, it involves the document object model of an application, and usually involves the pieces of JavaScript code that accesses a UI request parameter and then use this information to write some HTML to its own page. And then the attacker can be able to access information from the user's browser and then do some malicious activities from it also. So cross-site scripting vulnerabilities are very serious vulnerabilities, but the awareness among users, among developers and users is not very high. And what we discover in our research is that most website developers only focus on the aesthetic of the application, and security is usually a second thought at the last minute. They don't focus on the vulnerability of cross-site scripting and the other types such as SQL injections also. Okay, currently we use web application for various services, and because of the technology is accessible by everyone, the internet is also accessible. We do a lot of activities online. Governments have websites called e-government where they provide a lot of services for their citizens, where they can access these services instead of going to government hospitals, government offices and queue. And also customers can also make transfers or pay their bills online without visiting a bank branch. Online shopping also is very common nowadays, especially during the lockdown. Many people buy a lot of things online using their credit card information without leaving their home. All these services are very easy and very suitable for users, but they also pose a lot of risk because the data we share in these websites is very vulnerable, and attackers can easily access them if the website is not very secure. So these are the security implications that cross-site scripting can pose on web applications. Okay. In the research, a lot of researchers are working on providing solutions or mitigation techniques to address this problem. But among the developers, awareness is not very high, and they don't focus much on the on preventing cross-site scripting. Mostly it is as an afterthought, like after the security is already affected, or maybe a website is attacked, that's when we come back and then provide solutions. But okay, some of the organizations like the CWE, they're providing information to educate developers and then make them aware of this security vulnerability and how they can try to prevent it while they are developing systems instead of waiting until after this application is running and creating victims. So some of the scopes that are affected by the cross-site scripting are the confidentiality, the access control, integrity, availability, and integrity. So the impact of these ones are listed below, like the ability to bypass protection mechanism and read web application data. Web attackers can be able to perform these activities at the confidentiality or access control if the web application is not very secure. And also they have the ability to execute unauthorized code and commands. If the application can accept any type of script without sanitizing it, it enables them to execute unauthorized commands in the application and access user data. They also have the ability to bypass protection mechanism to read web application and also execute unauthorized code at the confidentiality, integrity, availability, and access levels. So the OWASP organization is also a security organization that is working to raise awareness of security vulnerabilities among developers and website software engineers. So they come up with a lot of prevention rules that developers can use when they are developing websites to prevent the occurrence of cross-site scripting vulnerabilities and other similar vulnerabilities. So the list of rules that they provide here on the prevention rule, and the description of this, of each rule is provided. And this enables any website developer, even if they are not very knowledgeable in security, to be able to secure the website they are developing so that users will not be victimized when they are accessing the system. And also raising awareness also is important for both the developers and also the website users. So for developers, it's important to integrate security requirements in the stages of the software development lifecycle, from the requirements up to the testing, that we always think about security. Is the website secure, and how can we improve the security of the website? It's also important for the developers to understand security vulnerabilities and how to mitigate them. There are so many security vulnerabilities, not just cross-site scripting. And it's important for the developer to know all these security vulnerabilities that can affect a web application and also understand how to mitigate them by using existing tools. And for the user, it's important to provide security warning to website users, such as banks and government sites where users are providing very sensitive information, and also to improve the security of those sites. And it's important also to give warning to users to avoid clicking malicious links, because most of the time it's by using sharing links that these attackers can get the users to click on those, expecting something profitable, but at the same time they have been hacked without knowing it. Okay, in conclusion, our paper focused on the impact of cross-site scripting vulnerabilities and the security of both desktop and mobile application. And cross-site scripting vulnerabilities are a major security problem for both desktop and mobile application. Their impact on the security of web application is very serious, as users access the internet daily for business and social transactions. In the paper, we provided an overview of cross-site scripting and their types. We also discussed the impact they have on web application security. And finally, we addressed the importance of raising awareness on cross-site scripting on both web application, for both the web application developers and also the users. This is all I have for you today. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hydra, for your presentation. Session chairs, any questions?
Well, thank you, Ms. Hajra, for the interesting presentation and the subject matter. It's a very interesting one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you, ma'am, for your presentation once again.
Thank you very much.
So next, I would like to invite Najla Drabe for presenting the paper on SQL injection vulnerabilities, understanding eliminating approaches in web applications. Yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Najla. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes, you may put on slide mode and begin.
Okay. Okay, assalamu alaikum and very good day. Let me introduce myself first. I am Najla Drabe, a PhD student in the University of Malaysia. My research work is titled Security Testing of Web Application for Detecting and Removing Second-Order SQL Injection Vulnerabilities. My research work is under the supervision of Prof. Abu Bakr Muhammad Sultan, Abdul Azim, Prof. Abdul Azim Abdul Ghani, and Prof. Hazura Zulzalil. Inshallah, I'm going to present our paper titled SQL Injection Vulnerabilities, Understanding Eliminating Approaches in Web Applications. So let me start by give a brief talk about web application security. And web applications form the backbone of modern internet. They have become the transformative force of people's daily life. So, but unfortunately, these applications, due to the hard time restrictions, usually deployed with varying degrees of vulnerabilities, unexpected vulnerabilities. These vulnerabilities or security gaps, together with a high global exposure of such web applications, the growing reliance on them, the critical asset they store in their data set, make them an attractive target for cyber attacks who always try to exploit these vulnerabilities to get access to the database or to obtain control on it. So among web application vulnerabilities, SQL injection vulnerabilities have been top ranked for the few past years, as eventually specified by OWASP, Security Organization, Sense Institute, and Trustwave. So this vulnerability refers to a software security flow associated with database-driven web application, which could be exploited by SQL injection attack techniques. This vulnerability takes place in code when user-supplied data propagate from the input source to security critical operation without proper sanitization or validation. So in this case, a successful attack hinders integrity, privacy, information availability in the database of the web applications. So it's very important to apply tests for using test procedures for identifying and removing SQL injection vulnerabilities earlier in the software development lifecycle before the deployment of the web applications. So SQL injection attacks can be classified based on the attack techniques into tautology, illegal queries, piggyback, and all the list here. And they can also classify based on the input mechanism that used to input the inject and trigger the attack. So vulnerable web application, the attack can be introduced in by using first order SQL injection attack or second order SQL injection attack. Second order developed on the first order. So by using all these techniques, first order can be launched and the second order can be launched over first order, as you can see here. In the first stage, the attacker needs to inject the vulnerable malicious code to the web application to launch first, or that they only need to inject the malicious code, and then they are going to get the results immediately. But in second order, they need to inject the malicious code first into the database, and then they can use this malicious code later to launch the attack. So second order is more hard to be detected because the injection cannot be established without those 2 points, and also the attack. So the research problem is actually various mitigation approaches have been identified for securing web application, either by providing techniques or methods approach to detect these SQL injection vulnerabilities or to detect SQL injection attacks. But most of existing review and paper and also existing detection approach focus on SQL injection vulnerabilities detection, SQL injection attack detection, and or SQL injection attack prevention. Very few studies discuss SQL injection vulnerabilities, eliminating and removing techniques in the testing phase. So our study emphasized the techniques used to eliminate the SQL injection vulnerability from the source code in the testing phase of web application development. It presents a classification of the existing techniques and discuss their problems and strengths in solving the SQL injection vulnerabilities. So based on our study, we classified the existing approach into 2 main parts. The manual approach by using defensive coding practices that the developer can follow secure code practices during the application development to avoid such vulnerabilities, or by applying automated approaches to remove the SQL injection vulnerabilities from the source code by applying parameterized query insertion, data sanitization, or input validation automatically. Based on our study, this slide presents the classification of the existing approaches. It also maps them to the techniques that have been used to apply these approaches automatically. For example, for prepared parameterized query insertion, developer use static analysis, latent-based approach, symbolic execution, program transformation, parse tree to automatically apply this separation technique to the web application source code to prevent or to fix the SQL injection vulnerabilities. So from our study, we conclude that the existing SQL injection vulnerability eliminating approaches are limited to first order SQL injection attack. So most of the discussed approaches only address fixing the first order SQL injection vulnerabilities and did not consider the second order SQL injection vulnerabilities fixing. Mechanism to fix second order, first order SQL injection vulnerabilities cannot be afforded to defend against second order SQL injection vulnerabilities, because the malicious code is concatenated into the SQL statement at the database level, not the application level. So they cannot apply for to fix the both mechanisms. So more research based on our knowledge, none of the existing approaches propose fixes for second order SQL injection vulnerabilities. The existing approach, some of them provide fixes suggestions to the developer, and they are only they do not eliminate the vulnerabilities. They may provide quick feedback to the developer that could aid them in maintaining their web application, but they left the actual removal of such vulnerabilities to the human developer to handle, which is error-prone, costly, and tedious. The existing approach do not cover all the parameters, means, for example, prepare statements that separate the data from the skill statement.
Ms. Najla, sorry to interrupt. You have another 2 minutes left.
Okay, only one slide more.
Yeah.
So not all the vulnerabilities column applicable to the separation techniques. As a conclusion of our study focused on the approach introduced to eliminate SQL injection vulnerabilities in web application in the testing phase. The study states current approach to eliminate SQL injection vulnerabilities on which can be further extended and analyzed. There is a lack of techniques to eliminate and remove these vulnerabilities from the source code of web applications prior definement. Thank you very much, and I would be happy if you have any question.
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Najla, for your presentation. Session chairs, any questions? Okay, so I guess there are no comments and questions. So thank you so much, Najla.
Thank you.
Thank you, Najla.
Yes. So next, I would like to invite Ugur Kaiser on behalf of Mr. Mustafa Andak Ayvaz, who will be presenting a paper on a software architect for an integrator payment service provider system. Mr. Ugur, can you hear us? Ugur Kaiser? Okay, I think he has lost us again. So we'll move on to our next presenter. So next we have Firas Masri, who will be discussing on the explorative study on how technology as an agent can be dumb or absorbing entity, a case study on EPR of UK hospitals. Firas Masri.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the organizing. So I'm trying to search my screen to share it, sorry.
Yes.
So. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Yes, yes. It's visible now.
Yeah, thank you very much. So actually, this is Firas, and actually I'm sharing with you an explorative study on how technology as an agent can be a dumb. So case study on the electronic patient record in the UK hospitals. So actually is joint research with my colleague from the Newcastle Business School and Law, Dr. Mahmoud Abdurrahman. So basically, so like generally speaking, so we can think of the technology in two ways. So it might be amplifying our work, or it might do a transformation of how we do things. So, and actually from the perspective of this paper, so we are searching on or trying to understand, like, if the technology is transforming how we are doing, so what kind of problems we might face. So the introduction, start with understanding the technology implementation. Nowadays, like, we have a lot of technology. They are trying to take a role in our departments, of course, and our work every day. So, but basically, at the same time, still we have very high rate of failure of implementation. So, for instance, it's not a secret, like 90% of the projects so cannot be considered as a successful or success stories in different organizations and in specific in the healthcare. So, and I think there is a story about the National Program for IT in the UK, where the project took place between 2003 until 2010, with a project of 2.5 billion pounds. And after almost like 7 years of implementation, so end up by a huge failure. And actually it was a scandalous project, to be honest. So, and looking at the story, looking at different stories, so the price also, it wasn't only the budget. I mean, they invest in, but so afterward, so they realized the failure ended up by losing about more than 15 billions, like starting with a budget 2.5, but because sometimes they try to enhance it, they try to fix it. So, and once you try, so you have to invest more and you end up by very, very huge loss. So, and actually this is like, is not secret, it's kind of common story. It happens every day in different organizations. What we try to do here, we try to understand like, okay, so let's see the reality as from the agent point of view or the agency theory. Agency theory is trying to say we have the principle, the people, or the part of the party is trying to apply what they want. And we have the agent. So the agent is kind of recipient, responsive of the willing or the need of the principal, and they try to apply what the principal wants. So usually what we deal by agent theory, we try to say, so agent can be a human and also the principal can be a human. So, but from our point of view, so we try to say technology can be agent as well, as long as it's really intervening in our organization and it's really changing the way we are doing the work. So therefore we can consider it. Like, of course, I'm not going through the whole literature, but from different perspectives, so still we can perceive the technology as an agent, right? So, and here the question will be triggered, like, okay, as technology as an agent, so how could we deal with it? So, and actually how we can understand, I mean, the failure, it happens in the organization and etc. So, and that's lead us to the research aim. So the research aim to understand the nature of the information technology based on the practice theory and how the scarcity of the material potentiality is acting as a dominant factors of change resistance. So analyzing different stories and different literature and putting multidisciplinary, I would say, studies together. So here we try to understand the practice theory and where we have the special capital, like anybody who is entering a new society. So maybe they will have like social capital, economic capital, cultural capital, etc., which embodied in the state, embodied in the objective. And actually they try to make or to act inside a new domain, inside a new doxa, as it's called in the practice theory. So in a way of try to be accepted or accept the reality in somehow. So, and actually it can be a human, it can be technology. So, and actually this is linked to the knowledge source priority, where we see the organization, it's basically as, I would say, a manufacturer of a knowledge, like try to produce and exploit on the knowledge they have. So in the knowledge-based view, so, and actually in the organization theories in general, so we have different concepts as well we study, like absorptive capacity and learning activities. So, and actually innovation, innovative performance, so, and knowledge-based view, etc. So, and actually all of these like lead us to understanding the concepts, how they are defining, but at the same time, so it might be there is a part of the concepts are not covered yet. Like if we have organization, it's kind of has absorptive capacity. It means it can understand what is outside and it can implement a new technology or solutions in the inside of the organization and to move and to develop. And what if this kind of technologies, they are absorbing the capacity instead of enhancing the absorptive capacity of the organization. So the technology is absorbing the organizational capacity. So, and actually also the actor network theories, where we consider like it might be a human and non-human, the agent theory. And also we have the technological agent, and afterwards, so we merge it with the multiple view of the analysis of technology as well. Right, so doing all that literature, so we try to say, okay, so let's consider the agent, technology is an agent, and let's see it from the perspective of what the technology wants, like how the technology can belong to the practice. Conducting the research, and actually here how the research has been designed. Sorry, I mean, I couldn't put it vertical, I put it horizontal, but hopefully you can read it from the left to right. So, and actually this is our research paradigm. We tried the research by understanding what we call the general inquiry, and later on to narrow it down to reach the research question, research objective, of course, like based on the epistemology, ontology, and the theoretical perspective. I mean, in the research here, we are using the subjective and we are relative, and we try to interpret the practice, and we are using the case study. And actually, basically, in the methods, we have done interviews and observation of the technology into practice. And this has led us to the research methods and data collections. The research has been conducted in one of the hospitals in the UK, in the United Kingdom, in the National Health Service, or what we called NHS. And for sake of confidentiality, I just use the acronym of the hospital where we conduct the research. So, and actually also I have done 30 interviews, and I have done about 15 days of attached observation of electronic patient record in the A&E. And of course, I mean, the interviews has been done with different people. This is why I have tried to understand the different or the different views or multi-view. So I have done interviews with managers, with IT staff, with health professionals. And actually here are the results and the analysis. So just because I'm concerned of the time, so I'm going to give like a brief explanation of them. So basically, we have seen there is a 3 different point of view, and actually they in somehow try to work together, but in reality they conflicting each other. And actually the technology also, it has its own view, and somehow not the technology itself, but the people who are designing the technology and trying to make the technology actor inside the organization. So from the management point of view, like this is how the hospital should be managed. So basically we have the patient admission. So we have the availability of the doctors. First of all, like it can be referred, I mean, the patient to the hospital. And we have the group of clinics or clinicians. So, and actually we have different departments. So, and actually where the patient might go through. And all of these should be connected through the technology, I mean, which is the electronic patient record in our case. And actually this is in somehow the management perspective. So they try to say the journey of the patient should be as smooth as we can in order to use our resources and like in optimizing of using our resources like clinicians, materials, money, space, etc. So, and actually this is the management point of view somehow. And actually from the operation point of view, so they try, or the clinicians, so they try to say, I need the technology to tell me the information that I need of the patient history, of different kind of surgery has been done, the underlying conditions, etc., hidden conditions for the patient, so by which I can, with diagnose of the patient, so I can admit the patient to the right department with the right consultant, right procedures, surgeon if it's needed, medications, etc. So, and actually that's the second one. The third one, it was the IT perspective, where they can see the technology completely from different point of view, which is the flow of the information. So try to connect the major database, or what we call the patient administrative system, with different departments. And actually here, even their language, I mean, it's quite different. So they try to use like the data migrations, this is kind of language, the data transformations, the data exchange, etc. And actually, of course, like it shows kind of high level of complexity as well. So the main problem of the technology in the organizations, so the IT people listen to who? And actually, like we figure out the IT supposed to serve the people in the base of the pyramids. I mean, the people who are directly dealing with it. And this is why we assume in somehow the technology, it has been designed to respond to their work. However, in reality, so the technology is trying to be obedient in the way of the design to satisfy the people who has the decision to say, this is the technology we need, this is the technology that's what we don't need. In other words, so the technology is trying to be designed, or like the people are designing the technology, design it in a way to respond to the decision maker. And decision maker basically is more in the agenda, of course, in more of the optimizations, like the efficiency and effectiveness of using the resources. And
excuse me, Mr. Firas.
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt. Yes, you have another 2 minutes to conclude.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I don't think I need more, but thanks. Right. So, and actually, like in somehow they try to, as I said, so they try to satisfy the people who has the decision, and actually like the decision makers. And as I said, like the people has the decisions. So mainly they perceive the organization from the optimization point of view. So like, and at the same time, so we, instead of implementing the technology, can serve the people, I mean, to do the transformation of the organization. So we are really using the technology in somehow to create different system, like parallel system inside the organizations, and at the end, the people in a practice who are the victim of it. And doing all these discussions and analyzing the data, etc., getting the results. So we end up the conclusion, and we try here like to create the concepts of the dumb technology. So technology, it is an agent somehow, and actually even as an agent can be dumb. So dumb technology is a multidimensional concept, as it disrupts the ability to devalue, assimilate, or apply the knowledge. So from the multiple point of view, it was proven that the absorptive capacity required the multidisciplinary incorporations of different stakeholders and agents to integrate the process and the dimension that are required to apply the knowledge. So, and actually it's found that the phenomena happens when the IT doesn't belong to the practice, like when there is a gap between the practice and the IT project. So, and actually here where when we call it like the alienated technology. So technology in this case, so will be called, it was absorbing entity, because instead of making the staff life easier, so it start to create parallel system. So, and actually they have to feed two systems at the same time, the new one and the old one. Finally, the absorbing entity, it can be also IT, requires a maximum interactions between the human and non-human without adding the value to the practice. So, and actually finally, just I would say, technology should make our life easier. However, if that can be, so then we can do the transformation. So that is, we hope we can do in the organization. So I would say thank you very much. I mean, here are some references we have used in our study. So I would say, yeah, thank you very much for listening, and hopefully you have enjoyed the presentation. And if there is any question or any
yes. Thank you so much, Firas Masri. Yes, any questions for Firas, session chairs?
No, thank you, Dr. Masri.
Yes, thank you, Firas. Yes. So next, please let me know if Mr. Yosser has joined us again. Mr. Yosser, are you available for your presentation? Okay, so maybe we'll move on to the next presenter. Yes. So next, I would like to invite Eduardo Joel Shanze for presenting the paper on detection of depression in text posts on Facebook profiles of Spanish-speaking users. Mr. Eduardo?
I'm here.
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. One moment.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. I am Eduardo Pocarpura, and I'm here to talk to you about detection of depression in text posts on Facebook profiles of Spanish-speaking users. I am from Peru. I studied system engineering and informatics at the San Marcos National University. My main interest is in the lines of research on artificial intelligence and especially in the area of natural language processing. Okay, problem. The problem today is the incorrect diagnostic of depression in people. Sometimes a healthy person is diagnosed with depression, but also a person suffering from depression is diagnosed as a healthy person. The drawback of conventional methods to detect depression are the following. Number one, questions in a depression screening test call on the person's memory about events or actions performed at a certain time. The person is expected to be completely honest with answering questions. Number three, the results of the depression test are by the mood and emotional state of the person being evaluated. In this opportunity, we seek to solve this problem through a method of detecting depression for Spanish-speaking Facebook users through the analysis of their publications using machine learning and natural language processing. Categories. Some 20 research studies proposing solutions to depression screening were reviewed and divided into 3 different categories. These categories, several known algorithms were proposed and to a lesser extent, new algorithms designed by their respective researchers, but the random forest algorithm was chosen to solve the proposed problem. Since this algorithm was one of the most used in this set of investigations and the one that obtained the best performance. Dataset and collection. For this research, it was decided to create our own dataset since the text of the publication had to be in Spanish. For this task, web scraping was used to collect all Facebook posts in text format. The publications with the presence of depression were collected from groups of depression people and from people who had suffered from depression and tried to help or give advice to people who are currently suffering from depression. These publications were validated by a contract psychologist who discarded those publications that were not significant enough to be labeled as a publication with signs of depression. Meanwhile, standard Facebook posts were collected from various leisure, travel, and entertainment Facebook groups. Finally, web scraping 5,006 Facebook posts were obtained to form the dataset to be used. 4,006 Facebook posts from this dataset were standard posts, while 1,000 of these posts were posted with signs of depressions. Expression detecting model. The first step was to divide the dataset into two sets, the training set and the test set. The training set consisted of 80% of the Facebook posts in the dataset. The test set consists of 20% of the remaining Facebook posts. Future extraction. The future extraction process is as follows. The number of times each word appears is a count. A matrix is created which contains the frequency of each term in each publication. Text classification. The random forest classification algorithm is used for text classification in this research. This algorithm has two stages. One is the creation of the random forest, and the other is to make a prediction from the random forest classifier created in the first stage. Once the random forest classifier is created, the depression prediction is made. Web system. After the future extraction process and the proposed depression detection model was trained, a simple web system was developed, but very helpful for the users. This web system can analyze a single Facebook post isolation. As well, the web system can analyze a set of Facebook posts. These posts must each be contained in a cell of a column of a CSV file. In both cases, once the data is entered, the web system will use the depression prediction model to analyze the data and subsequently display the results obtained. Solution and system architecture. At the top of the image, first, the Facebook posts needed to assemble the dataset were collected. Then, when proceeded to train the proposed depression detection model. The trained model is hosted on the web system that will be used by the users. The system is aimed at two types of users. The first is the casual user. This user is the one who uses the web systems to analyze a single Facebook post. For example, the user finds a friend post with apparent presence of sad negative feelings. The user becomes concerned and decides to analyze that post to find out if his friend is depressed. The second is the mental health specialist user. This user is one who can be a psychologist or psychiatrist who evaluates a set of publications extracted from your Facebook profile. This set of publications must be uploaded to the web system through a CSV file. In this way, the mental health specialist user will be able to use the results for a better diagnostic of depression for his patient. Results. First, precisions. Tell us how many publications were correctly identified by the model of depressive publications. Model either as a depressive publications or at standard publication. From the from the total of publications identified with depression. In the case of accuracy, it indicates how many were correctly classified by the depression detection model, either as a depressive publication or as a standard publication. Finally, recall indicates the number of publications that were correctly identified by our depression detection model as publications with depression of the actual total number of publications showing signs of depression. Conclusions. A greater number of Facebook posts in the dataset training set would improve the effectiveness of the proposed model. This system could be automated to extract text posts from a particular user's Facebook profile. The proposed web system can be improved by including image in future research. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Eduardo. Session chairs, any questions?
Yeah, just one quick question. Now, when you extract posts from Facebook, who gives you the permission to extract that? Is it the users, or it is the Facebook, or it is your own way? How do you get access to these posts?
Yes, Mr. Eduardo. Can you hear us? Is the question clear to you, Mr. Eduardo?
The dataset, the users.
Okay.
Wait, one moment, please.
Sure. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Eduardo, do you require more time? Okay, maybe so we can go to the next presenter. Meanwhile, he connects to us. So next we have Fatira Jamaluddin, who will be presenting on behalf of Dr. Fazila Razali. And the topic for the presentation is the matching of blended learning curriculum for the development of new generation, a systemic literature review.
Hi, Assalamualaikum, and a very good
Hi,
evening.
Walaikum Assalam, and welcome. Yes, you may begin.
Thank you. I'm Fatira Jamaluddin from Malaysia. Okay, wait, I share the screen first. Can you see the screen?
Yes, it's visible.
First of all, today I would like to share with you our topic on the matching of blended learning curriculum for the development of the matching of blended learning curriculum for the development of new generation systematic literature review. Okay, actually there are 4 members in this study. Okay, Dr. Fazila Razali, I'm Dr. Fatira Jamaluddin, Associate Prof. Dr.
Excuse me, Fatira, can you just check with your mic? There is a disturbance.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe you can hold the mic a little closer because it's causing some kind of background disturbance.
Can you see mine?
Yes, it's better now.
Okay. Okay, so let's start. Okay, today I want to share with you our study on the title of the matching of blended learning curriculum for the development of new generation, a systematic literature review. There are 4 members in this study, which is Dr. Fazila Razali. I'm Dr. Fatira Jamaluddin, Associate Prof. Dr. Tajo Arifin Sulaiman, and Prof. Dr. Ahmad Fauzi Muhammad Ayub. Okay, let's start with the abstract. Actually, as you can see, the research is regarding the systematic literature review. So therefore, we are using Prisma method in order to retrieve 28 papers that were selected and analyzed. And the paper publishing range is from 2000 to 2021. And the finding we get is from learning style and active learning enhance blended learning curriculum in higher education. Okay, when we talk about the blended learning or BL, actually blended learning is the combination of online and face-to-face learning. Okay, in recent years, blended learning has emerged as an intriguing types of learning delivery with little or no face-to-face connection with students. Instructors have to look for other ways to replicate features of a stimulating and encouraging face-to-face educational environment. Therefore, this study tried to investigate the association of learning styles and active learning toward blended learning. Okay, in this study, there are two research questions, which is for the first one is what is the association between learning style and blended learning curriculum? And the second one is what is the association between active learning and blended learning curriculum? Okay, as this study is the systematic literature review, so as I'm already mentioned to you, we are using Prisma method, and in the diagram you can see is the Prisma diagram. Okay, so there are a total of 629 papers collected from two databases, which is WOS and also Scopus, and around 217 papers were removed because of the duplication records, and furthermore, 205 papers were excluded during the screening stage, and for eligibility stage, there are 143 papers were excluded, and the last one, only 28 papers were used for the further analysis. Okay, so after the analysis part, we can conclude that learning style significantly affect the blended learning curriculum in higher education. Therefore, variable learning style implemented will enhance students' engagement in blended learning. So the second result that we get is students' active learning is very important to enhance blended learning. So effective learning and teaching needs participation from students both in classroom and outside the school environment. Okay, this one is one of the analysis part, and you can see this is a map of the countries that included in this study. Okay, because of the paper that we get is 28 paper. So you can see here there are three types of coloring. The pink for the country that have 3 articles, okay, and for yellow one is for countries that have 2 articles, and the remaining for blue color is for the countries that have 1 article. Okay, so as a conclusion, we can say that the integration of instructors' learning style and students' active learning significantly influence the blended learning curriculum in higher education. Therefore, investigating the relationship of learning style and active learning toward BL is crucial, as this could assist the government in facilitating the design and adoption of blended learning. And for the contribution of this study, the finding from this study can be used as a guidance for the education sector to enhance the blended learning curriculum for the development of the new generation. Okay. That's all.
Thank you so much, Fatra, for your presentation. Session chairs, any questions and comments?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
So next, I would like to try again playing the video presentation of Ms. Zohar Court on sustainable solutions to treat water for drinking purposes. I request the technical team to kindly present the video presentation.
Still no audio.
Yes, I guess the video is not supporting the Zoom.
Practice to that Zoom meeting, and it's going to be instructions. So let's say that you already have Zoom program or as a piece of software. Well, then you can also use your meeting ID and the meeting password. But I'll tell you more about that later. First of all, let's click on that link. So as soon as I click on that link, it's going to open up the Zoom page. Now here it's asking me to
Sorry, team, the audio is not, I mean, the video is not audible.
so I can go ahead and click on
audio is not
Zoom.
audible.
However, if you
to
download it's all going to happen automatically. You'll get the link, the program downloads, and it installs. Now, depending on the system you're on, this could be Windows or
Is that all, Gisela, or?
Yes, so with this, we come to the end of technical session 1A. Unfortunately, two presenters couldn't present. One was Mr. Mustafa Andak, who had to discontinue because of the internet issue. And the other person was Yosser Gadom. So remaining everybody has presented and given their presentations. So we'll retry the video presentation maybe after lunch break. So next, I would request everybody to go on for a lunch break and join us by Turkey time 1:55 p.m. So thank you so much.
Okay, Gisela,
Yes.
I hope that you can excuse me because I have another commitment.
Yeah, sure.
After the session, I'll send you the evaluation form soon.
Okay, sir. No problem.
Thank
Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you.
required, and it's easy to do this by just using that meeting ID and the password. Now I hope you found this helpful. If you did, scroll down into that comment section below, let me know, have you used Zoom, do you like Zoom, Zoom? What is it that you like about Zoom? Or are there any other pieces of software that you prefer over Zoom? I would love to hear about it in that comment section below. Once you've left the comment, scroll back up, make sure you hit subscribe, bell notification so you can be notified of future videos. In the meantime, I thank you for watching and I will see you in the next one.
Hello everyone and welcome to this video tutorial on how to use Zoom. Now, for the uninitiated, Zoom is a powerful, feature-rich video conferencing application which allows you to chat, host video and audio meetings, and also collaborate on files and documents.
juga.
त्याचं चालू आहे ऍक्च्युली लाईव्ह आहे आता चालू झालं सकाळी चालू झालं
Screen. No.
And white more.
So welcome back, everyone. I hope you had an amazing lunch and you're all ready for the next session. So next we are moving on to our keynote presentation, and we have been joined here by our keynote presenter. So next I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Hatem Hatif Abdul Khadim Al Yasari Alti from Sihan University from Iraq. So let me introduce to you our keynote speaker. He's a professor of econometrics at the University of Sihan Sulaimania at Kurdistan region of Iraq, and he formerly worked in Al-Qadisiyah University as a head of department for the period 1990 to 93, and as a dean of economic and administration college for the period of 93 to 2001. From 2001 to 2003, he acted as the Dean of Economic and Administration College in Al-Kufa University. And after the occupation of Iraq in 2003, he moved to Syria and worked for University of Kalamun as a head of management department till 2012. He also lectured in Arab Academy of Banking and Financial Sciences, Damascus, Syria, during the period 2006 to 2012. From 2012 and currently he's working as a head of department and as a lecturer in Sihan University, Sulaimania in Kurdistan region in Iraq. Professor Hatem holds a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Mustansiriya, Baghdad, Iraq in 1976, and he continued his education in econometrics and got his master's degree from the University of Detroit Mercy, USA. He obtained a PhD in econometrics from the University of Bradford from the UK. Welcome, sir, Dr. Hatem. Dr. Hatem, can you unmute? Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, sir. It's an honor to have you as our keynote speaker for the day.
Good afternoon to everyone. It's my pleasure to be part of the second international conference on advanced knowledge from multidisciplinary perception in engineering and technology. My speech is going to be about managing the natural resources. The guideline of my speech is going to be what's in the front of you, what is the resource cursor, and then what are the natural resources and its role in economic, proposed and political, economic and political mechanism of the cursor, and finally how to avoid the cursor. Natural resources, it should be a pleasant. And since Adam Smith and David Ricardo, we feel or we think that the resources can be a benefit to any economy. But unfortunately, later on, we found something else. One of the basic models in economics is what we call it the production possibility frontier. This model tells us how much goods and services that a certain country can produce by its available resources. In fact, the farther the curve from the origin means or gives more production from one of those goods or both of them. And this depends on the resources of the country or how much resources the country own. There are some studies, there were some studies in the early 90s by Sachs and Warner, and it followed by others, show that countries with abundant resources cannot manage high economic growth and cannot increase or provide high per capita income to its citizens. Not only that, but even there are some unpleasant consequences. The graph in front of you show that countries such as Singapore, Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, even Japan, they managed to have high per capita income, real per capita income, while they don't have resources. While countries such as Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Iraq, Iran, Venezuela, they cannot produce or achieve high per capita income. And even it was negative, if you look at it, it's below zero, which is bad sign for those countries in whom they have plenty of resources. Even there is another study by Frankel in Harvard University. He drew the same scatter plot from the 70s to 2009, and he found that, or he ended to the same picture. Those countries with low resources can manage high per capita or high average growth rate, while those countries with high or plenty of resources cannot produce or reach high growth rates. There is a new study, it's published in the Energy Economics in 2020, shows the same result, that the real per capita income in the countries with highly endowment of resources, they cannot reach high per capita income or high economic growth. So it seems logical that we can ended up to a conclusion that countries which are richly endowed with resources, especially the oil, cannot or fail to grow more rapidly than those without. Example, some studies find a negative effect, as we saw from Sachs and Warner graph. They found that those countries cannot, or they ended up with negative growth rates. At the meantime, East economies achieve Western level standard of living, despite the non-availability of natural resources. Countries such as Japan, Singapore, Hong Kong, Korea, Taiwan, and so on, and then followed by China. The resource scarcity, which is known as the paradox of plenty, refer to the failure of many resource-rich countries to benefit fully from their resources wealth, and for government in those countries to reduce effectively to public welfare needs. Between 60 to 90, the per capita income of resource-poor countries grow 2 to 3 times faster than the per capita income of the resources-abundant countries. and the gap in the growth rate appeared to be widened with time. This is the conclusion of Warner and Uti in late 90s and the first decade of the century. However, there are many important outliers such as Norway, Canada, Australia, Botswana. They managed to reach high growth rate. In fact, most of the countries, one of which is the United States of America, they managed to control their resources effectively. However, we have to look at United States of America in different angle. United States of America is the only country in which the natural resources are owned by the private sector, not the government. In other countries, the resources owned by the government. The resource scarcity phenomena highlighted on the nature that resources are not harmful by its nature. In fact, there is the use of natural resources, it depends on, or the result or the benefit of the natural resources related to or coincide with the type of the management the government do. For if there is transparency, the government doing its job in the right way, or managing its resources in the right way, definitely there will be positive impact to the resources, natural resources, to economic growth. Political scientists and economists argue that oil, mineral, and gas well is different from any other resources. By what mean, or why is that? Because it has a large upfront costs, long production timeline, site-specific nature, scale, and sometimes large rent, a price and production volatility, non-renewable nature, the secrecy of this industry. So those criteria shows that the oil is different from other resources or other type of wealth. Now, how can, or what are the channels by which the resource scarcity can harm the economy? There are economic features and political features. Economically, countries suffer from the resources because of the Dutch disease phenomena, or because of the high volatility of the commodity price, or the failure of economic policy, or neglecting education. Politically, the main mechanisms are outlined as rent-seeking governments, institutional worsening, and corruption. We're going to go through those points one by one. Regarding the Dutch disease is people are starting knowing this after the discovery of the oil in Holland, and they found that this country start suffering from unusual consequences when there were a high flow of capital from outside to inside. Their currency start to be appreciated, and the high value of their money, the domestic currency, resulted in two things. First, the export of their industrial and agricultural sector start to shrink. Why is that? Because it lost its competitiveness in the world market. Their production or their export start to be higher than in the price higher than the other because of the exchange rate. The second thing is inside domestically, the goods and the services produced in agriculture and industrial sector becomes more expensive than the goods and services exported from outside. So in this case, there must the productive non-mineral productive sectors cannot progress, or there is they call it crowding out the mineral sector, crowding out the manufacturing sector and the agriculture sector. Sorry. So what happened is there is a progressing in the mineral sector while other productive sector are shrinking or going behind. So this is a bad sign since there is less incomes and high unemployment, especially if we put in our consideration that the mineral sector always is capital intensive sector, which means give less jobs to if it's compared to other sectors. In addition to that, the inflow of the foreign currency will lead the investors as well as the skills labor to move from those sectors, the productive sector, agriculture and manufacturing, and move to the mineral sector. The second thing is the volatility of the commodity price. It is well known that it is well known that the resources, natural resources, characterized by high volatility in its prices, especially the oil. In this case, when the commodity, the countries depend on the revenue comes from its export of natural resources, will face a problem in planning its future. When most of the countries, they set their budget according to the revenue of the expected revenue that they're gonna get from next year. So if they fail to get the same level of the price, or if the price decline, they will be unable to support the human needs of the people. This is what happened to Venezuela. When the price declined, 4.5 million immigrate outside because of the inability of the government to provide them what they need. Same happened with other countries. The volatility in the commodity price prevent those countries from efficient planning, and it's well known that if you want to progress, you have to plan. In Iraq and in many countries, we have difficulties in planning efficiently because of the inability to predict the price of next year. So this is one of the things which is harm the economy. Rent-seeking or political disease. The resources revenue increase the power of the aliens, since it is an easy income. It is not, sometimes it's took like minna from heaven, and it's easily, and there is no honor for that. So it is easily for the alien to control it. When they control it, they will distribute it, they distribute the oil well to their parties or to their followers. And this will have very bad consequences on the society. Also, the windfall resource revenue are also considered as a main reason for the conflict between domestic stakeholders such as politicians and its citizens. And even the separation or South Sudan and its independence, some they think it's because of the oil and the wealth of the natural resource in Sudan. One other consequence of or channel of the KERSE is the corruption. As we mentioned before, this industry, or the oil industry, especially the oil industry, it is something secret. And the contracts, the process of contracting, all are not clear to the people. So sometimes there is a hidden agreement between the government, even the foreign companies working for extracting the oil. So it causes, it make corruption easy, and it's gonna destroy the institutional equality. How to avoid the resource curse? The resource curse can be avoided by reducing the appreciation of the currency. And those countries should not bring the revenues to inside the country. Norway, what they did, they separated between the revenue of the oil and the budget of the country. They figure out that if they plan their budget according to the revenue of the oil, they will have troubles. This is why they separated, and they have buffer funds, and most of the revenue comes from the oil. It is invested outside, and the government cannot reach this fund. They can get only, as I remember, 4% of what they get, and they should use it for investment purpose. The second thing which it can help in avoiding the curse is by increasing the saving, the domestic saving. Otherwise, they will suffer from the consequences of the curse. Also, the government of the countries which own the resources can heavily can tax the companies working in extracting that, and use the tax in finding ways to sustain sustainable development. In here, I should mention that government with depend on high revenue of resources always does not feel it need its people. And there is a gap between the government and its people. When the government depend on the tax, they feel they are funded by their people, and they have to act in a way to serve their people. At the same time, the people whom they pay tax, they feel that they have the right to keep an eye on the government and to control it. Also, those government with plenty of resources should invest in education, should induce it's a human capital. And there is no way to reach or to maintain sustainable economy unless they invest in education and in the health and the infrastructure sector to increase competitiveness of other sectors. What can be done as well, increasing the anti-corruption effort. But unfortunately, even the when the Western countries, they try to find a way to monitor the revenue and all the resources outlet, there is they cannot, or they didn't up to now, they couldn't figure out or find a way to increase the transparency and to lessen the corruption of those countries. Thank you so much. If there is any question, I'm ready.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Hatem, for your amazing keynote talk. Yes, attendees, if you have any questions to the keynote speaker, you may ask or put the questions in the chat box.
Sorry, you said there is a question?
No, sir. Currently, no questions. Yes.
Okay.
So thank you so much, sir, for joining us. It was an honor to have you. So thank you so much once again.
I'm glad to be with you. Thank you. Bye.
Goodbye, sir. So next we are moving on to our technical session 2. And I would request all the participants to kindly get ready for the technical sessions 2. And our session chairs, I would like to welcome our session chairs of technical session 2 who will be evaluating the presentations. Dr. S. Balakrishnan, Professor and Head from Department of Computer Science and Business System from Sri Krishna College of Engineering and Technology from India. And Dr. Chitra Kiran, who is a Professor and HOD from Electronics and Communication Engineering from Alliance University from India. Welcome, session chairs.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you both of you for joining. So we will quickly move on to our technical sessions and reminding all the presenters once again, the allocated time for you is 10 minutes for your presentations. Please make sure that you complete your presentations within the allocated time, and then you will be having a question and answer of 2 minutes from the session chairs. So we'll quickly begin. So our first presenter for technical session 2, I would like to invite IPEK Atik for presenting the paper on COVID-19 case forecast with LSTM deep learning approach, the case of Turkey. Hi, IPEK, how are you?
Thanks, you are fine?
Yes. So
Okay.
shall we begin?
Yeah, of course. 1 minute, please.
Yes, we can see your slides and you may begin.
From Gaziantep Islam Science and Technology University. I am at working electrical and electronics engineering department. So I studied about COVID-19 case forecast with the STM deep learning approach, the case of Turkey. Presentation content, COVID-19, LSTM architecture, and purpose of the study. Coronavirus, the pandemic. The term pandemic of Greek origin is derived from the combination of two words pan, L and demos people. Pandemic is the general name of epidemic disease spread everywhere, such as continent or even the entire world surface. The lack of interaction between people in the earlier and later periods of the history prevented the spread of microorganisms that cause epidemic disease and keep the effect of this disease at low rates. Viruses that cause the epidemics in societies that have settled down have begun to spread more rapidly, and as a result, millions of people have died from these epidemics. You can see in here the history of pandemics in birth. Some steps. Throughout the history, people have sought ways to cope with epidemics and have been in an effort to develop new methods of struggle against emerging epidemics. With the development of modern medical science and technology, methods of combating epidemics have constantly improved, and these methods have increased and diversified. With modern developments, such as the discovery of antibiotics in 1928 and the development of first vaccine in 1796, very important progress has been made in fight against the epidemic disease. Machine learning, especially deep learning algorithms, have made great strides in diagnosing disease automatically lately. Coronaviruses are enveloped single-stranded RNA viruses. It has also been named coronavirus because its rod-like extensions resemble a crown on their surface. The coronavirus epidemic, which emerged in the 17th century, spread rapidly all over the world in a short time and caused the death of hundreds of thousands of people in the world and in the Turkey. You can see in the graph. Predicting the number of cases will be very useful in the fight against the disease. There are many methods for estimation studies. Recently, deep learning methods have been used in many studies due to their high performance. In the study, the estimation of the number of COVID-19 cases for Turkey was made with the deep learning approach LSTM algorithm. Long short-term memory has three gates that control the flow of information called input, forget, and output gates. Basically, the gates are simply generated by logistic functions of weighted sums, which can be calculated by propagation during training. Cell is managed throughout the input gate and forget gate. The output is repeatedly connected to the block input and to the all gates. The daily number of cases, deaths, and recovered patients in Turkey between 15 March and 1 December 2020 were used. High correlation coefficient and lowest mean square error and mean absolute error values, which are performance indicators of LSTM analysis results, were obtained. In addition, the effect of the vaccine of the epidemic was analyzed by using the vaccination rate data of this period. The working details are shown in the article. Thank you for listening to me. Can you ask any question?
Yes, thank you so much, IPEC, for your presentation.
Yeah.
Yes, session chairs, any questions?
Very nice presentation, IPEC. What type of algorithm is LSTM?
Sorry?
What type of algorithm is LSTM?
I couldn't hear you.
Write it in the chat window.
He asked what type of algorithm
is
LSTM.
Deep learning method, LSTM architecture, we use the algorithm, and we will predict the conformity case number. And 95% R values is obtained 95%.
Okay. So LSTM is better than CNN algorithm?
Yeah.
In what way?
Sorry?
In what way?
I couldn't not hear there.
No, in what way this algorithm is better than CNN?
Yeah. Firstly, we data contrast the picture image data, so we use the CNN algorithm.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, IPEC. Dr. Chitra, if there are no questions, shall we proceed? Okay. So thank you so much for your presentation. So moving on to our next presenter. Yes. So next, we have a video presentation. I would like to invite Omar Akin, who will be discussing on the improvement of jaw crusher design by DEM and FEA approach.
I first thank all of the participants for being here today. I am Omar. I am working at Mechatronics and Screening Technologies Company as Director of Research and Development Center. Today I am going to share the results of study about improvement of jaw crusher design by discrete element method and finite element analysis approach. The study has been partially funded by the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey. Firstly, I would like to give brief information about jaw crushers. Jaw crushers are integer type crusher class. They are generally used as primary crusher at quarries and mining applications. Hence, they are directly affects the performance of the plant. In this slide, I would like to describe the research systematic of study. Firstly, jaw crusher mechanisms, kinematic simulations, and mathematical modeling have been done in this study. Then, discrete element and finite element method simulation have been carried out. According to the simulation results, mechanical design has been concluded and the prototype jaw crusher produced. Finally, in order to compare simulation and actual stress results, experimental stress measurements have been carried out by the help of strain gauges and the data acquisition systems. All of these steps will be explained at coming slides. I will briefly mention about working principle of jaw crusher and discrete element methods. As it's seen in the jaw crusher picture, bottom left side, it runs with 4-bar mechanism principle. Mechanism components are eccentric drive shaft, pitman, and the toggle plate. Motion characteristics of the mechanism is examined by the help of kinematic analysis. For that analysis, the loop closure equation is written as vectorial form for 4-bar mechanism. The obtained results from that equation have been defined through the RACI-DM particle simulator software, which can make numeric solution according to the discrete element method. If we talk about discrete element method, it is first proposed by Condell and Otto Strack in 1979. However, because of the insufficient processors of that time, the method couldn't have adapted to the software applications. With the improvement of CPU and GPU technologies, the method is started to use a computer-based numerical solution software, such as DE and particle simulator. Discrete element method is a numerical method for computing the motion and effect of a large number of small particles by solving motion equations as appearing in here for every single particle depending on the time steps. Mechanical properties of materials and the various parameter values have been defined through DEM software in order to carry out the simulation. The parameter can be divided as fixed and variable parameters. As it's seen in the slide, the blue parts generally mechanical properties and the constant values. And the bottom right side, the particle size distribution is appearing. That distribution is the material size of the uncrushed material at the inlet of the crusher. And the other parameter, the left parameters are the partially constant and variable parameters. The variable parameters are eccentricity distance at the drive shaft and the total plate length. On the other hand, feed rate, speed of flywheel, and the moving jaw length are constant for this study. In this part, I will share reaction forces obtained at the dynamic analysis. Kinetic and the dynamic analysis have been carried out for two cases. At first case, toggle plate is positioned as lowercase, as it's seen here. At the second case, toggle plate is positioned as uppercase, as is seen here. Eccentricity distance at drive shaft and toggle plate dimension had been changed at both cases, and the reaction forces and the path of the Pitman nip obtained for 10 different simulations. According to the results of the analysis, it is understood that the reaction forces occurred at the joints are less at the lowercase simulation. As it is appearing in this slide, the total maximum forces around 100 kilonewtons for the lowercase, but on the other hand, it's around 140 kilonewtons for the uppercase. Because of that reason, the lowercase design is preferred for the left parts of the study. Also, according to the different cases, the variation of path of the total plate tip has been analyzed at the kinematic analysis. This part, as appearing in this slide, is examined in order to obtain the stroke of the tip point of toggle plate. It's understood from the kinematic analysis that the path length is independent from the toggle plate dimension and directly related with the drive shaft eccentricity value as proportional. This length increase with higher eccentricity distance and reduce with the less eccentricity distance. The main output of this part of the study is that when the eccentricity distance at the drive shaft increase, the total drive length and total travel distance of the nip point increase. By the way, when the eccentricity distance at the drive shaft reduces, the travel length of the tip point of the toggle plate reduces. Depending on the kinematic simulation results, 4-bar mechanism which the toggle plate supported from bottom side type was studied at crushing simulation. It is come out from kinematic simulation that toggle plate length has not important effects on the reaction forces occurring on joints, so that toggle plate length is used as constant. However, eccentricity distance on the drive shaft has important effect on the reaction forces occurring on the joints. Hence, the effect of the drive shaft eccentricity was examined on the crushing performance and the jaw crusher component stresses under the loading. The jaw crusher was simulated with 15 mm, 20 mm, and the 25 mm eccentricity distances, and the forces on the total plate, stress on the moving jaw, crushing gradation results obtained with the help of Rocky DEM and ANSYS mechanical integration. It's appearing that the integration between Rocky DEM and ANSYS mechanical by the help of ANSYS workbench here is appearing as seen from the crushing simulation, and you can see the finite element analysis results here. Here you can see the stress, force and crushing gradation results for 15 mm eccentricity distance. There are some peak points at force and stress graphics as appearing at here and at the force graph here, or such as this points. These points are representing the deformation on linear parts of the pitman, and it's not the general stress distribution at mechanism components. General stress value on the components are calculated as 32 megapascal for 15 mm eccentricity distance. If we look at the gradation results, majority of the particle size under 100 mm. And here you can see the stress, force and crushing gradation results for 15 mm eccentricity distance. Such as other results, there are some peak points at the stress and the force graphics. These points are representing the deformation on linear parts of the pitman. General stress value on the components are calculated as 52 megapascal for 20 mm eccentricity distance. If we look at the gradation results, the majority of the particle size above 100 mm. And finally, you can see the stress, force and crushing gradation results for 15 mm eccentricity distance. Such as other results, there are some peak points at the force and stress graphics. These points are representing the deformation on linear parts of pitman. General stress value on the components are calculated as 122 megapascal for 15 mm eccentricity distance. If we look at the gradation results, the majority of the particle size above 100 mm, such as the distance for 20 mm. According to the simulation results, increasing of eccentricity distance have not improving effect on crushing gradation, while it is causing high reaction forces. The reason of this situation is detected as higher eccentricity in drive shaft increases stroke length at the tip of the moving jaw. Hence, bigger size of materials leaves the pressure. On the other hand, it's understood from the results higher eccentricity in drive shaft is obviously causing higher forces and stresses on the components. Due to this reason, service period of the crusher is shortening. The most desired crushing gradation result and reaction forces were obtained at the case 1, where the eccentricity in drive shaft in 15 mm. As it's seen in this table, average stress value is around 32 megapascal, and the crushed material size under 100 meter part is really high at this part, as seen. Because of that, as a result of the simulation, 15 mm eccentricity distance is determined as the optimum length for the eccentric drive shaft. It's understood from the study that higher eccentricity lengths have negative effects on both crushing performance and reaction forces. In this slide, it's appearing that prototype jaw crusher has manufactured depending on the simulation results, and stress measurements on the machine has been done by the data acquisition systems. Strain gauges were mounted on toggle plates and the moving jaw to obtain equivalent stress values. Due to the loading times, toggle plates strain gauge was mounted at a longitudinal direction, and the moving jaw strain gauge mounted on backside at both longitudinal and transverse direction. According to the stress measurement results at graph A and B, the stress on the moving jaw's toggle plate connection region is fluctuating in the range of 4 megapascal and 9 megapascal. Also, the stress measurement results at toggle plate are representing on graph C, and it is seen that stress values on the toggle plate are fluctuating in the range of 6 megapascal and 23 megapascal, as mentioned in these pictures. Stress analysis results at the related points on moving jaw obtained at 7 megapascal and 8 megapascal range. Additionally, the stress analysis results on the toggle plate are around 20 megapascal and 26 megapascal range. Based on the stress measurements and the analysis results, it's seen that the stress values on the operating jaw crusher components are converging to simulation results as shown in figures. However, higher large stress jumps had observed in simulation results. The main reason is that high stress are occurred at the material crushing contact points, and measuring stress at these points by strain gauge is not possible. As conclusion, in this study, the correct position of toggle plates has been determined, and the component length has been optimized, and simulation results and has been verified with experimental results. And all of this study is corrected that finite element method and discrete element methods are suitable to design crushing machines such as jaw crushers. Here you can see some references of our study, and thanks for your attention.
Okay, so that was a video presentation and session chairs. If we have any questions, we have his teammate Yagmur Abilov available here to answer to the questions. Any comments or questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so thank you so much. And yeah, thank you, Yagmur, for your presence. And next, I would like to invite Salma Fauzia for presenting the paper on body area networking and live location tracking system in war fields.
A very good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon.
I hope my screen is visible and I'm audible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible and screen is visible. You may begin.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the conference, IFERP, ICAKMPET, the session chairs and all the dignitaries. A very warm welcome to all of you. I'm Salma Fauzia and I'm from India. The topic of my presentation is body area networking and live location tracking system in war fields. A short biography of mine. I've earned my PhD in electronics and communication engineering from Osmania University. And my research area is wireless ad hoc networks, wireless sensor networks, and body area networks. I have a total teaching experience of 14 years, and I have taught subjects like computer networks, sensor networks, and advanced computer networks. Recently, I have filed and published a patent on wearable devices for health monitoring in the Indian Patent Office. I'm a passionate teacher and I like to teach students in the most simplest way possible. In this project, we tried to build a prototype for monitoring the health status of soldiers in the warfield. Though wars are never good, but our borders are being monitored by these soldiers, and there may be a situation when they frequently die owing to lack of medical assistance. So on the battlefield, to provide medical assistance, we can have a system which is called as a wireless body area network, which can monitor the parameters of the soldiers in the warfield and pass on this information through the internet to the concerned person, like a medical professional, so that immediate assistance can be provided to them. A body area network is a sister of wireless area network, I can say. Any abnormalities in the readings of the parameters of a person's body, like for example, the blood pressure.
Excuse me, Dr. Salma.
Pardon?
Yes, ma'am. You may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Any disturbance from this side?
This was breaking a little bit. Now it's fine, ma'am. Maybe you can close your video so that you get a clearer audio.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Well, so talking about body area networks, these sensors, they can be, either placed on the body or it can be something like a wearable watch. And the data that is captured by these sensors, they can be transmitted wirelessly through a base station as shown here. And it can be uploaded on the internet, or we can use a Wi-Fi module and get connected to the internet. And I said, from the internet, this data can be passed on to the concerned medical professional or people those who provide medical assistance. We have surveyed the literature and found out some projects and people working in this area, and we have seen that people designed these type of networks where they try to monitor the physiological conditions of the human beings, and it can be used in real-time health monitoring. There have been cases where people try to actually capture the image where the incident has actually taken place and update it to the concerned person from where the action can be taken, and so on. After surveying the literature, we zeroed on this problem statement, and it says, to design a body area network to monitor the health parameters of soldiers, their physical location, and transmit the parameters wirelessly to a digital device like a phone or a personal digital assistant. Based on the problem statement, we designed a few objectives. So here we have a wireless body area network that monitors the soldiers' health in the war zone. One of the aims is to track the soldier's location using GPS in case of emergency. If there is any anomaly in the readings of the wireless body area network, for example, if the heart rate, the normal values of the heart rate is between 72 to 80. So if it goes beyond this range or falls below a certain threshold, that means if it falls very low, then this can act as a trigger for the GPS to establish a link between the soldier and the base station. We can send the current location as well as the soldier's health status.
Ma'am, actually your screen is not moving. Actually, it's in the first slide itself. Just make it as a slideshow.
Okay, sir. Now, sir?
Yes. Now it's an objective slide.
Okay. So shall I repeat it?
No problem. Just continue, ma'am.
Okay. So I was discussing about the objectives that have been designed based on the problem statement, and the basic hardware here we have used a Raspberry Pi, and apart from that we have used sensors which are very integral to this project. We can build any sensor network based on the availability. So Raspberry Pi is basically the heart of the prototype, and we use LCD display to display the parameters. And along with the sensors, we also try to use a push button that can be provided to the soldier, so that in case of any emergency, in case of a situation which arises due to the soldier getting panicked, then he can just press that button and the same can be transmitted to the emergency health professionals. This is the block diagram. As you can see, we have a global positioning system module here. Some sensors like the heart rate sensor, temperature sensor, and a panic push button, which are interfaced with the Raspberry Pi. Then the information that is captured by these sensors, or in case if the panic button is pressed, then this information will be transmitted through Wi-Fi or through GSM, and it can be also sent as an SMS. This is the circuit diagram which shows the pin configurations and pin connections of Raspberry Pi and the other devices which have been interfaced with it. I have just presented two of the sensors and their specifications, what we have used in our prototype. And as I said, for live location tracking, we have used global positioning system. This is the most famous system which can be used for tracking a person's position. It uses 3D positioning methodology, and GPS provides accurate location. We've all been using GPS in almost our day-to-day life. So we know that with what accuracy GPS provides the location. So we have selected GPS, and the software requirements. Raspbian is the operating system which has been designed with for Raspberry Pi, and the programming language that we have used is Python. The simple algorithm which can be implemented with this project is presented here. So first the GPS module and the biomedical sensors are configured, and here we can see there are two cases. The first one is about the heart rate. So the heart rate, if it goes greater than 80, then a health status message and the live location of the soldier can be sent to the concerned person via an SMS alert. Same with the temperature sensor. If the temperature, body temperature is normally 35, so if it goes beyond 35, that indicates a case of, a fever or an infection. So even that information can be passed on through SMS. This is a snippet of the code that we have written, and coming to the results, this is the actual circuit which shows the LCD here, and we have our Raspberry Pi, all the connections here. With this can be, designed, and it can be made into a small wearable kind of a thing, and the person can wear it, because nowadays we find these type of networking everywhere, be it in our smartwatch or in the phone. So we can design something like a smart vest for the army soldiers, so that all the sensors are embedded on that vest, and all the necessary information can be passed on. And these are the results that we have obtained, and here we can see that the temperature it shows is 34 degrees, heartbeat is 80, and it says this is not an emergency situation. So for such a condition, it will say no. But if there is some emergency, like here in this case, we deliberately didn't monitor the heartbeat. We just removed the heart rate sensor, and we just noted the temperature. So because it is showing 0, an emergency message is displayed on the screen. The same can be passed on via an SMS or wirelessly through any of the wireless communication technologies, like we can use Zigbee for this. Then the results that have been captured, these are the messages that have been received when there was an emergency case, but we did it deliberately for these values, because the temperature here you can see is displayed as 38 degrees. These are the location coordinates, latitude and longitude. These are the results from our GPS system. And The heart rate here is 80. So the result can be displayed on the screen and it can be accessed accordingly. The advantages and applications of such type of systems is they are secure, and this helps in remote monitoring of the soldiers on the field. There is no need to go onto the field, and this is more reliable, cost effective, fast and efficient, and alert messages are sent to mobile number for remote information. This can be used apart from in war zones. Wireless body area networks are typically used for monitoring health on a day-to-day basis, and this can be used as an alert system in hospitals and on. The conclusion is, so the above system, it will help us in determining the health status of a soldier and parameters like his heartbeat and body temperature. It can also help in tracking the position of the soldier by using GPS, and so that necessary action can be taken. The future scope, we can always develop it with newer technologies and reduce the size of the components. And for that, VLSI, very large scale integrated devices can help us. And we can also incorporate and connect a camera to the controller so that the photo from the accident spot can be taken. These are some of the references. I thank you all. And
yes, thank you, Dr. Salma, for your presentation. Session chairs, any questions?
It's a very nice presentation, ma'am. Actually, have you patented this idea?
So not this one.
Okay.
The other idea is about a wearable device for health monitoring and using machine learning, sir. So I'm trying to work with machine learning now.
Okay, okay. Okay, ma'am. Okay, okay. All the best.
Dr. Salma, I'm Dr. Chitra.
Yeah, ma'am.
I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
You are talking about the infrastructure-based communication.
Yes.
But I would like to know if there is no infrastructure like a base station and all,
yes.
How do you get to know about the soldier health condition?
Yes, ma'am. An ad hoc network always comes to the rescue, ma'am. It is actually designed for the war fields, because if there is no infrastructure, if the infrastructure gets destroyed during a war, then we can always set up a wireless ad hoc network. Simplest example is Bluetooth. So if it is infrastructureless, we can always go for mobile ad hoc networks.
But Bluetooth, in the sense, you will be having a very limited bandwidth.
Yeah, ma'am. We have to again plan it for a multi-hop Bluetooth network, because Bluetooth is a single hop network. I'm aware of that. But when we go for multi-hop technologies, we use other protocols, not Bluetooth, but just as a simple example, I gave you a Bluetooth.
And also in this wireless communication, whether it is a ad hoc network or whatever may be, the main challenge is bandwidth.
Yes.
So how do you compensate this bandwidth in your proposed work?
Ma'am, as of now, because we are using the unlicensed part of the spectrum, the 2.5 gigahertz ISM band. Though it suffers with interference, one idea can be about optical free space optics, because apart from the normal licensed bands, we also have a choice of these non-licensed bands, that is optical part of the spectrum, which is underutilized, and there's not much study about it, because also it has got its own disadvantages. But bandwidth is good with free space optic systems.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Salma, and thank you, session chairs. So moving on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to invite Tahir Enes Adak for presenting his paper on a software architecture for a crowdsourcing based usability testing tool.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Mr. Tahir.
Let me share a screen. Okay. How is it now? Is that all right? Okay.
Yes.
I welcome everybody from Istanbul, Turkey. My name is Tahir Enes Adak. You can call me NS if it is easier for you. Today we will have 3 presentations, and this is the first one of them.
Excuse me, sorry, Mr. Tahir, can you put it on slide mode?
Isn't it? Sorry. 1 second. Perhaps I need to. Okay, I think it will be. Stop sharing. Share screen. How about? I think it's okay now.
Yes, it's fine now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Today we will have 3 presentations, and this is the first of them. I will try to explain to you our solution to one of the bottlenecks of the e-commerce industry, which is testing and ensuring how is it work our mobile applications or websites based on customer expectation and what customers want and what customers need, especially. Let me introduce myself a little bit. I'm an electronics and communication engineer. I hold a bachelor's degree, and I also continue my study, my master's degree on Boğaziçi University, based on engineering and management program. I work around 7 years in the industry at Casper Computer Systems, one of the local kings in Turkey. We produce smartphones, computers, and softwares to meet customer needs, basically. About today's first presentation, we have a small explanation here. So we develop a software architecture based on Lambda software architecture to enable exploratory and usability tests, actually. We developed with complex event processing, batch processing, and stream-based data processing techniques. We use these techniques. I can move on to the next slide. So basically, you see here, we collect data from customer inputs on the smartphones. Let me put it in this way. So our methodology, our structure, architecture is we collect for the customers, like big brands who has websites or mobile applications and do sales on these applications. We offer a testing method of to fix their bugs and failures in these applications to improve their sales potential. So here we offer some scenarios. We take these scenarios from customers and use these scenarios to apply to real world customers. So in the top part here, you see customer inputs taken to the system, and we do here, sorry, can I just click here? Okay. Come back. All right. So we take here first user inputs with real-time data processing. We use complex event processing on this part, and real-time we collect history data on our database as well. Simultaneously, we apply opinion mining methods, algorithms on our history data and match it with real-time data we are collecting from customer inputs. So we do analyze, you see opinion mining module here, and this enables us to give real-time feedback to the test users. So one of the biggest problems on this method, so there are different competitors in this market, so there are different examples in the world about this method as well. So the real challenge here is the applications cannot give real-time feedback to the test user. So for example, you are making a test and there are some problems you found, but because you didn't get feedback, you don't know if it is okay or not. You don't know if it is achievable for the test user. But in our method, because we do everything simultaneously, we have opinions of the history data, and we also have inputs from the real-time test users, and we match them together to give real-time feedback to the customers. At the same time, we can produce usability test reports for the scenario owners as well. So let me continue here. Why do we need such system? Because the customers doesn't, these are example applications, expensive applications. So we need a low-cost system, low-cost test system, and we need a crowdsourcing test system as well. These systems are working on exploratory test domain, and also they need to be done in real-life conditions. So here I put some of the competitors and their competencies on different topics. So what are we doing extra from them? We do sentiment analysis, we understand customers, and we do automated usability test report output for the scenario owners. And we also can do real-time action planning with this architecture. Also, it can be applied on mobile dashboard and user interface panels. So what are the, how do we measure if it works or not? So we put simultaneous test data processing capacity limit. So it is over 10K test data result we can process in 1 second. Also, we can output usability testing report under 2 seconds. This is a performance measure. Also, we have feedback to customers after test finalized under 3 minutes. So this is, this customer means scenario owner, so our brand customer or etc. And our sentiment analysis success rate performance measure is over 80% for this architecture. This is the end of first presentation. Thank you. I can explain if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tahir. Session chairs, any questions? Okay,
No,
I guess there are no questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, Dr. Balakrishnan, any questions?
No, ma'am, no.
Okay, okay, sir. So thank you so much. So quickly moving on to our next presenter. So next we have a video presentation by Nia Fatmawati, who will be discussing on the perspectives of teachers and parents on mathematics learning in early grade student during school from home.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Praise be to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who has bestowed his grace and guidance so that today we can participate in the second international conference on advancing knowledge from multidisciplinary perspective in engineering and technology. Hopefully we are always in good health and always enthusiastic. My name is Nia Fatmawati. I'm a student at the Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. My title research is perspective of teacher and parents on mathematics learning in early grade students during school from home. Here, I'm writing with two other authors. They are Tatang Herman and Kisno. Tatang Herman is a professor of mathematics education at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and Kisno is a lecturer in developing children's creativity at the Institut Agama Islam Negeri Metro. This research was motivated by necessary to analyze the exchange with the perspective of teacher and parents on learning mathematics in the first grade of elementary school during school from home at the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 pandemic was designated as a world outbreak by WHO on March 11, 2020. This pandemic made the government set a policy to working from home. The working from home gave rise to a new term for the world of education in Indonesia. It's called school from home. In the implementation of school from home, teachers and students carry out online learning from their respective homes. The choice of school from home must be taken considering the educational process must be continued. In elementary school education, there are several subjects that must be measured by students, including mathematics. Mathematics has a great influence in human life. However, the facts seen in the field show that people think mathematics is a very difficult science to learn. The majority of students don't like mathematics. Liquids with the views of parents and teachers in teaching children mathematics. Many parents feel uniform about current educational practice and how they can be more involved with their child's learning. Meanwhile, many teachers feel uncomfortable dealing with some of the psychological aspects of teaching mathematics, including feeling of anxiety about mathematics. Teachers, together with parents, must be believe and convince children that children are able to develop their mathematical abilities. Because mindset and point of view play a key role in children's math achievement. Perspective is a conceptual framework, a set of assumptions, a set of values, and a set of ideas that influence a person's perception so that it will ultimately influence and person's action in certain situations. Starting from the perspective where teacher and parents respond to learning mathematics for low-grade students, it will have an impact on the stimulation and teaching approach and guidance given to children in the design of mathematics learning program. This is very crucial for optimizing children's understanding of mathematical concepts. Therefore, this study aims to explore the perspective of teacher and parents on the children's mathematics learning in lower grades, especially in the metro area Lampung, Indonesia. The method used in this research is descriptive with a qualitative approach. This study used data collection methods in the form of observation and interview. Observational data collection was carried out by observing directly the implementation of mathematics learning carried out by students and parents at home through instruction given by online teachers. Meanwhile, the data collection took interview in this study was given to parents of first grade elementary school students to dig deeper into how parents respond to children when learning mathematics during school from home in first grade, while from the teacher side to find out how to the teacher design mathematics solution that are given online to students during school from home in the first grade of elementary school. The presentation of information related to the perspective of learning mathematics in lower grades during school from was collected from 12 informants, consisting two teacher and 10 parents of grades 1 elementary school student in providing the opinion and explain to the following discussion. In general, the implementation of mathematics learning carried out at home under the guidance of parents tends to be a mechanic approach that emphasizes the drill and practice process so that children are trained to work on a problem procedurally like mechanics or machine. Parents are more likely to emphasize the result obtained by children so that children get good grades so they pay less attention to the meaningful learning process of mathematics. In teaching mathematics, parents prioritize memorization rather than understanding real mathematical concepts so that children do not appreciate or understand mathematical concepts. Children still have difficulty applying mathematics in everyday life. The mathematics learning process designed by the teacher at school from home is textbook because the teacher released on the WhatsApp application to share photos of Diamond shot from AKS and teacher printer books for students to work on. Based on the result of the teacher, narrative, and checking the command. The question given are quite relate to the children's daily lives, but the teacher cannot monitor how parents relate and explain the question given in the children's daily lives. During school from home, teacher and student only meet once a week to collect assignment. Difficulty and obstacle experienced by parents, among others, mathematics learning methods that must be used in accompanying children to study, don't understand mathematics learning materials that must be given to children, signal that sometimes go up and down, posts that must be filled when the data package has run out, don't understand IT, difficult to manage children when studying, having to work all day so that they can accompany children to study, then understand how to make children understand how to learn mathematics, and parents think mathematics is difficult for children to learn. In addition, parents assume that the teacher explanation is not understood by the student. From the teacher perspective regarding the implementation of mathematics learning during school from home during the COVID-19 virus pandemic, there are some parents are considered not to monitor their children and lack of communication between children with parents. This is because there are some students who don't do math assignment well. On the other hand, for most of the students, the score was always good. Is 100. The teacher shared that the teacher didn't know for sure how the student did in their assignment, whether they really received guidance for their parents, which had an effect on the good achievement of student learning outcome in mathematics or assignment. Assignments are given to be done directly by parents so that the student score is always 100. In carrying out mathematics learning during school from home, the teacher cannot monitor student development. Student assessment is only a cognitive assessment. Managing and implementing mathematics learning during school from home is felt to be more difficult because, according to the teacher, mathematics requires to use a formula that need to be taught directly to students. From the parents and teacher perspective, math is a difficult science to teach children, especially during school from home. Mathematics is a never-ending dilemma for teacher and parents. Not a few parents who don't understand how to teach mathematics to children. Learning mathematics during school from home requires teachers to be able to further improve the way of educating in a condition. Learning mathematics during school from home requires the support of not only teacher but also the readiness of parents and children. The cooperation of teacher and parents as a place for children's learning must be in line so that children can maximum knowledge. Okay, I think enough. Finally, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, thank you so much. That was a presentation from Ms. Nia. So our next presenter is Tahir Enes Adak, who will be presenting a methodology for product recommendation based on user system interaction data.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Today's second presentation is a methodology that we developed for product recommendation based on user system interaction. Actually, we are using an application based on this methodology in our website, casper.com.tr. You can take a look on that application as well. I will quickly skip this biography part that I have mentioned on the previous presentation. So about our model, let me explain our methodology in this graph. So we have a new customer here. We are trying to understand what to offer the best fit to the customer, how to understand what to offer to a customer so the sales probability would be highest, that based on the current available stocks, of course. So in this, we developed a product recommendation methodology for customers by analyzing shopping behaviors based on user system interaction. So we assume that new customers always, actually not always, should leave some interaction data to the system before this system start to work to offer them some better fit examples for product recommendation. So to achieve the right product to right customer objective, we predict customer interests using a collaborator filtering algorithm on collected data from previous customer activities, which is in here in our database. So in our database, we have tens of hundreds or tens of thousands customer data history hold in the database, and our algorithm simultaneously work on the database and new customer interaction data together to generate some better fit product offers to the new customers. So in here, we took advantage of the implicit feedback approach while modeling our customer behaviors if they like or dislike a particular product. So we are talking about different configurations of computers. For example, in our application, we sell computers to the customers. So we work on the computers in this example. So after customer behavior data is collected, we form the customer product matrix and generate personalized product suggestions to each customers with the help of user item-based collaborating filtering and item-based collaborating filtering algorithms. To generate personalized suggestions, customer website interaction is key, as I said. New customers assume to leave their interaction data trace in the system before starting this algorithm to work on the process. So after interaction data collected and compared with the database history data, algorithm puts 3 different best possible fits to the in front of new customer. I can show in here. So this is the interface web page from our web page. So we start here. We name it Kural. And this is the first step. So I'm a customer and I entered this website. So it asks me first question, what will you use this product? So for education purposes, for business purposes, for daily life, or I will play games with the computer. So I pick games, and then the system asks me some different questions as well, which kind of games I like to play. So I pick some games here, and I also pick some budget. So how much money I want to pay for this kind of computer. So I pick a budget, and then it generates me a best possible computer configuration that I will highly probably will like and purchase this product. So at the backside, so this is the front end, and customers see only the best possible fit in our example. On the backside, we have some available components page. Of course, a company cannot have all the components at every time in its stock. So we have some available components. So, and the product offering made based on available components as well. And here we see some statistics about this architecture we have. For example, in last week's, I took this screen yesterday evening, and in the last week we have some almost 2K view and 90 product offered to customer, and it successfully turned to sales. And we see here more than hundreds of different configuration has shown to different customers and collected their feedback out of this architecture. So thank you. That was the end of this presentation. I can explain further if there are any questions as well.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Tahir. Session chairs, any question for Tahir?
No.
Okay.
Okay,
and,
thank you very much.
Dr. Chitra, I hope there are no questions. Yes, thank you so much.
Nothing, ma'am. We can proceed to the next session.
Sure. Thank you so much. So next, I would like to invite IPEC Atik, who will be discussing on a comparative forecasting of COVID-19 cases in Turkey with using different deep learning methods. Welcome, IPEC.
Sorry.
Yes.
1 minute, please.
Sure. Yes, it's visible.
What about 7 and 8?
Yes, sir. We'll be calling up next.
Okay.
Yes.
It using different deep learning methods. I will say about the history of pandemics and COVID-19, artificial intelligence, convolutional neural networks, and purposes of the study. Coronavirus. The term pandemic of Green origin is derived from the combination of two words, pan and demos, people. Pandemic is the general name of epidemic disease that spread and affect a very wide areas such as continental or even an entire world surface. And say about my before presentation, the history of pandemics. I must say again, the lack of interaction between people in early and later periods of history prevented the spread of microorganisms that cause epidemic disease and keep the effect of this disease of low rates. Viruses that cause epidemics in societies that have settled down have begun to spread more rapidly, and as a result, millions of people have died from these economics. And COVID-19 coronaviruses are enveloped single-stranded RNA viruses. It has also been named coronavirus because its root-like extensions resembled a crown on their surface. And COVID-19 data in world, you can see in these graphs. Every day, diagnosis, recovering, and dead people number is increasing. Here you can see details, the number of cases, recoveries, and deaths in the world and Turkey. Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is the ability to imitate the inherent cognitive functions of human intelligence, such as perception, comprehension, learning, reasoning, decision-making, communication, and problem-solving, introduced by computers or machines. In short, we can say that artificial intelligence is a simulation of human intelligence. And deep learning. Deep learning algorithms constantly analyze data with a certain logical structure, trying to draw similar conclusions as humans would. To achieve this, deep learning uses a multi-layered structure of algorithms called neural networks. And convolutional neural networks, CNN. Among the deep learning architectures, convolutional neural networks are considered as the basic architecture. CNN layers are input layer, convolution layer, flattened layer, unit layer, pooling layer, fully connected layer, dropout layer, and classification layer. Image, input data. Color images are formed by displaying three gray levels images of the same object on the screen, coded as red, green, and blue. These three colors that make up the color image are called bands. All colors in RGB space are formed by combining the three primary colors in different proportions. For example, when these three colors come together at the rate of 100%, white color appears, and when they combine at the rate of 0%, black color is formed. Input layer. The first layer of CNN, the input layer, contains image data. In image analysis, an appropriate input image size should be selected for both network depth, hardware computational cost, and network success. Filters apply the conventional operation to the image coming from the input layer and create a feature map by extracting the low and high-level features in the image. ReLU layer. ReLU is a nonlinear activation function used in multilayer neural networks of deep neural networks. Pooling layer. The pooling layer is usually placed after the ReLU layer and reduces the spatial size of the input. It is applied independently to each depth slice of the inland volume. It extracts the summary of the feature map by looping over the incoming image in the ReLU layer, with a filter defined as the combination layer in the pooling layer. You can see in here after ReLU layer and pooling layer image. Fully connecting layer. In this layer, the data obtained from the feature map is made one-dimensional by reducing the size. One-dimensional data is given as input into the classifier. The dropout layer in deep neural networks with many parameters, excessive learning or memorization is a serious problem in the system. As the name suggests, that the classification layer, which is the last layer of convolutional neural networks, performs the classification. For example, apple, beer, sugar, dog, you can see classified. These architectures are among the architectures that achieve the best results, especially in the field of image processing. AlexNet has different levels of visual perception, is a high-performance CNN structure and image recognition. This architecture consists of 5 conventional and 3 pooling layers and 3 full connection layers. The GoogleNet architecture includes models that come to the forefront by reducing the computational cost by making connections called inception in its internal network. It consists of 144 layers. In our study, the number of COVID-19 cases were estimated for Turkey with deep learning. In the analysis, the number of cases between 10 of March 2020 and 15 May 2021 was Turkey used. In the study, the input data is decomposed in the subcomponents with the signal decomposition process called empirical mode decomposition. All data, input data, was transformed into 2D feature maps to reveal deep features. Pre-trained models, GoogleNet, AlexNet, SquareNet, and ResNet 18 inputs are fed with this dataset. As shown in the figure, deep input feature maps are obtained. Each feature has a size of R1 multiplies R2 pixels. The input image is created by combining R2 pixels. Therefore, each image defines as an input channel. After reconstruction, all images are resized again and shuffled to achieve better training performance. When the results were analyzed, the model, the highest correlation coefficient and the lowest mean square error RMSE and mean absolute error MIE values was determined. Estimating the number of cases with high accuracy will help countries to take measures. The working details are shown in detail in the paper. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, IPEC. for your presentation. Yes, session chairs, any questions?
Nothing, ma'am. Nothing.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next I would like to go for our next presenter, which is a video presentation by Saeed Ahmed Asri, who will be discussing on the vibration analysis and optimization of wind turbine blade with composite materials.
Hi everyone, I am Saeed Asiri from King Abdulaziz University, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. My topic is on vibration analysis and optimization of wind turbine blade with composite materials. In this paper, the leading edge of a breeze turbine is analyzed in SolidWorks for 5 different materials: structural steel, adhesive, epoxy carbon, S-glass, E-glass, and aluminum alloy. The paper then explores the use of ANSYS programming to analyze the wind turbine blade to determine the edge intensity and compare the above 5 materials to determine which one of them is the best material for the wind turbine edge. The results demonstrate that epoxy carbon and the primary metal have the least value in terms of strain and deformity, but once a mass event occurs, the resulting steel has a wide range of properties. As a result, it is reasonable to assume that epoxy carbon is the best suited to make turbine cutting edge. Schematic of blade structure is shown in figure 1. Usually, glass fiber composites are used to make nacelles. Increasing the consistency and the lifespan of wind sharp edges is a major concern for wind turbine developers. The functions of turbine components are shown in this table, and also the material used for every part. Figure 2 shows the basic shape of the modern wind turbine blade and region classification. The blades are exposed to different ecological loading as shown in figure 3. The aerodynamic forces affect on the blade as shown in figure 4. Wind and gravity are the main forces acting on the sharp edges. Fold savvy and edge-wise twisting are primary, promoted by wind stacks. As turbine increases in size, the mass of the blade is said to increase proportionally at a cubic rate as shown in figure 5. There are many properties are required to analyze the wind blade turbine, such as accessibility, thickness, minimal effort, firmness, break strength, the capacity, ecological efforts like lightning strikes, thickness, and the temperature. The edges should be solid to forestall impact with the pencil under outrageous burdens. Another of the primary objectives of venture practice is to find a suitable material for the wind turbine edge. Fiber-supported method is widely used for sharp edge. Underlying structural steel, adhesive, epoxy carbon, E-glass, S-glass, and aluminum alloy were included in the new legislation as shown in table 2. The SolidWorks technology is used to build a 3D model of the wind farm bleeding edge, which is then imported into ANSYS. The concept of plane and equipment used in the cutting edge was examined in hypothetical inquiry. The windmill's ability is to convert electrical energy into mechanical energy by extracting power from the environment. Figure 7 shows the main steps of finite element modeling and analysis, while table 3 states the number of nodes and number of elements of the finite element model used to model the system, shown in figure 8, the system to get more accurate results. Figure 9 shows the value of total deformation that effect on structural steel 54 millimeter. Also, we know the best material that we select due to low deformation was structural steel, but unfortunately it is high weight with conflict with design requirements. Von Mises stress in case of structural steel in 30 is 30 megapascal, as shown in figure 10. So by default, we have low stress due to the material's properties. It is found that the maximum deformation in epoxy carbon 210 millimeter and the end of the wind blade turbine and average deformation 86 millimeter as shown in figure 10. One can see from figure 12 that the von Mises stress that effect on epoxy carbon of wind blade turbine in top hub section with value of 65 megapascal. The total deformation of the wind blade in case of the E-glass material value is 446 millimeter as shown in figure 13. So the hub section is in safe side. In figure 14, the von Mises stress of 49.88 megapascal, and one can see that the stress is centered at the downside wind blade turbine of hub section. The deformation of the wind blade turbine of S-glass is 419 millimeter, where the average value is 221.5 millimeter, and high value is at the end as shown in the figure 15. The stress on S-class material blade turbine is 51 megapascal, which is the maximum value, where the average value that affects on the blade is 2.939 megapascal as shown in figure 16. Figure 17 shows that the total deformation of the wind blade turbine of aluminum is 153 millimeter with safe location on hub section, and high deformation is at the end. The value of von Mises stress is in case of aluminum alloy is 30,000.51 megapascal, and one can see that the high value of stress on the upper surface as shown in the figure 18. A comparison between the 5 materials used in terms of deformation, stress, and mass under the same load conditions, correlation amongst different composite materials are produced. ANSYS is used to calculate stress, deformations, and bending. The result demonstrates that epoxy carbon and primary metal have the least value in terms of strain and deformity, but once a mass event occurs, the resulting steel has a wide range of properties. As a result, it's reasonable to conclude that epoxy carbon is the best suited to make turbine cutting edge. These are the references. And finally, thank you so much for listening. Have a nice day.
Okay, so thank you so much. That was the presentation from Mr. Saeed. So next, moving on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to invite Tahir Enizadak, who will be discussing on an approach to machine learning workflows for predicting purchase behavior of users on computer system websites.
Okay, let me set up quickly. I think you can see it, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, very good. So this is the last presentation, third one for today's. I will be talking about our approach to machine learning workflows, predicting purchase behaviors for users. For the ones that remember our previous presentation, it was based on customer approach directly. This is much of an internal approach. So there are two sides. One side is customer, the other side is product manager or something in the company. So this approach is related to the product manager who works for the company and try to predict what customers want or what is the sales probability for a configuration of a computer, for example. This is based on our company, but it can be generated for other industries and other products as well. This is the biography. I will quickly skip this portion, but I will give you some quick presentation about Casper. So Casper is a over 30 years old company, works on computers and smartphones and mobile products and softwares for the customers in Turkey. It's a local king in Turkey, so it's widely known. Also, this is our progress. So we have an Intel and we do R&D, quality management. We do our production in Turkey in our facilities. And we have wide range of services and products for the Turkish customers. And we have awards. We are getting awarded every year very often. So these are the latest awards that we have received from one of the biggest banks in Turkey. We have picked as a technology brand, and there is another big reward, Lawmark, most loved computer brand. We are getting this for 5 consecutive years. It's a big success in my opinion. And we are also awarded by Microsoft as well for best computer OEM. So this is about the last presentation. Let me explain it on this slide, so it will be better for everyone to understand. So in this study, customers' purchase behaviors are predicted by us by analyzing interaction data between customers and Casper website, basically. And to that extent, we create feature vectors using customer interaction data and form a feature matrix at the end. Then we clean this data. It's a dirty data. There are a lot of unnecessary stuff in this data. So we clean it with help of pre-processing techniques for the data. And we create a labeled data set for our machine learning algorithm to work on. Now we have a labeled data set out of this feature matrix. We produce this feature matrix with customer interaction and our previous history data together simultaneously. Then we predict purchasing behaviors of unknown customers, because there are new customers and old customers. We have information about old customers, but we don't know what new customers will want. So we predict this by our machine learning methodology, and we make some customer profiles, different customer profiles, and try to guess which would be biggest probability for our product manager to configure a computer and open it to sales in our website. So in here, you see product manager makes a configuration, and this configuration goes into the database. We hold different information in this database. For example, shopping cart information, previous order history, and component stock in our available stock as well. We don't always have all the components in stock, so perhaps there are higher probabilities for some configuration, but because we are lack of components at that moment of time, it's not available for product manager to open it to the sales. Now, machine learning works with upcoming configuration on that time and communicates with the data set with our database, our history database as well. Then gives us a sales probability for that upcoming configuration by product manager. I can give you some more. Yes, here. So this is the product manager panel. We have different components for that particular product, and we can open any configuration here for customers to pick out of them. But here, every time we change different components for this product, you see there is a sales probability. This is Turkish, but the English translation is sales probability. For example, for this particular configuration, it is 60%. So we understand there are millions of different configurations can be made by product manager, and we are trying to cut off unnecessary configurations, because every configuration that we show to customer, it will affect sales probability at the end. So we are try to estimate the best probable configurations in our system and show a wide range of best probable ones, highest probability configurations to customer, to expect customer will like one or another out of the best possibilities. So it's basically this kind of methodology we are using in our website at the moment as well. So I think that's it. Thank you very much for your time. I can explain further if there are any questions as well.
Thank you so much, Tahir. Any questions from this session, Chess? Okay, I guess there are no questions. So thank you so much once again, Tahir.
Okay, thank you very much for your time and attention.
You're welcome. So next, I would like to invite Yasir Ghadom, who will be discussing on papers and queuing management replaced by artificial intelligence and voice banking in a new branchless world, a revolutionized finance era. Mr. Yasir. Yasir Ghadom, can you hear us?
Okay, next, what about Sunil Kulkarni?
Yes, sir. We'll play his video presentation.
Okay.
Okay. So we will move on to the video presentation by Sunil K. Kulkarni on experimental investigation on hybrid fiber reinforced concrete deep means.
Welcome all in second international conference organized by IFERP at Istanbul, Turkey. We, the authors, Mr. S.K. Kulkarni and Dr. S.A. Halkude, are pleased to present our research paper entitled Experimental Investigation on Hybrid Fiber Reinforced Concrete Deep Beams in front of it. Biography. Myself, Mr. S.K. Kulkarni, am Assistant Professor in Civil Engineering Department and Research Scholar at Walchand Institute of Technology, Solapur. My guide, Dr. S.A. Halkude, is Professor in Civil Engineering and Principal, Walchand Institute of Technology, Solapur, Maharashtra, India. Abstract. The present study focuses on the inclusion of hooked end steel fibers and fabricated polypropylene fibers in predefined proportions in the concrete mix to cast hybrid fiber reinforced concrete deep beams. The present experimental study shows that the inclusion of hybrid fibers improves the strength properties of concrete significantly. Moreover, it leads to rise in first crack load, a significant increase in ultimate shear strength, and a substantial increase in reserve strength of HFRC deep beams when compared to conventional deep beams. Research objectives: improvement in concrete strength properties due to inclusion of hooked end fibers along with fabricated polypropylene fibers. Investigate the performance of HFRC deep beams in shear strength and to arrive at inclusion of appropriate fiber percentage, and to assess the possibility of complete replacement of conventional shear reinforcement in deep beams by the inclusion of fibers. Materials used are cement, steel, natural sand, 20 mm coarse aggregate, and fibers. Fibers used are hooked end steel fibers of aspect ratio 80 in proportions from 0% to 1% by volume of concrete, and fabricated polypropylene fibers with aspect ratio 230 from 0.1% to 0.3% by volume of concrete. Parameters for study are concrete grade, shear span to depth ratio, and fiber volume fraction. Concrete mixes used are M20 and M25 in these proportions. Hooked end steel fibers, you can see here. These fibers have got hooks at their both ends, enabling them to have proper bond with concrete. Tensile strength of these fibers is 1100 megapascal, modulus of elasticity is 200 gigapascal. Fabricated polypropylene fibers, their tensile strength is 450 megapascal, percent elongation is 25, and modulus of elasticity is 3.5 gigapascal. Effect on workability. We know inclusion of fiber reduces workability of concrete drastically. This brings limitation on use of percentage of fibers in concrete. And also slump test doesn't give suitable results for FRC. Hence, compaction factor test is used for workability measurement, and it is found that 1% steel fiber plus 0.3% PP fiber, this particular mix is a maximum workable mix, and hereafter the results are highlighted for this particular percentage. Let us see improvement in compressive strength of HFRC. The variation is steady in compressive strength of concrete with fiber inclusion. M20 HFRC shows 7.41% increase with respect to conventional concrete, and M25 HFRC shows 8.19% increase over conventional concrete. So there is marginal improvement in compressive strength of concrete due to inclusion of fibers. Improvement in split tensile strength of HFRC. We know concrete is weak in tension, so our main focus is to improve its split tensile strength. And here we can see there is steep rise in split tensile strength of concrete with inclusion of fibers. In M20 HFRC, there is 34.72% increase over conventional concrete, and in M25 concrete, this is 31.94%. So this is significant improvement in HFRC due to inclusion of fibers. Design of deep beams was done by IS method. Indian Standard Code 456 2000 was used. Sizes of deep beams were kept constant: 700 mm length, 400 mm depth, and 150 mm width. Total sets cast were 33 each for M20 and M25. Here reinforcement in deep beams can be seen. In first image, conventional shear reinforcement is provided in conventional deep beams along with flexural reinforcement, and in second image, in HFRC deep beams, conventional shear reinforcement is replaced by fibers, and flexural reinforcement is same in both the beams. Facilities used for testing of beams: loading frame of capacity 1000 kN, and the Imetrum video gauge measurement system with least count 1 micron to measure deformations of beams. The flexural test was done as per IS 516. Beams were tested under 2-point loading for 3 different shear span to depth ratios. Crack patterns. In the first image, the conventional deep beam is being tested. In this particular case, the cracks started from support and progressed towards loading point. It is observed that cracks were continuous, and at higher loads these cracks got widened, and at failure the crack width was almost 1 mm, and failure was sudden and it was shear mode of failure. In HFRC deep beams, in the second image, we can see the cracks started at the center of the shear span and they progressed towards supports and loading points. Cracks took place at intermittent gaps. The fibers coming across the crack path obstructed their propagation, and hence the cracks were found to be at intermittent gaps and their width was also less. At failure, the width of the crack was only 0.2 mm, and the post-cracking behavior of these beams was found to be improved, and failure was not sudden due to inclusion of fibers. First crack strength and reserve strength variation. First crack strength variation was found to be steady with the inclusion of fibers. In case of M20 HFRC, percentage increase is 21.58% in first crack strength over conventional, and in M25 HFRC it is 15.98%. So there is steady increase in first crack strength due to fiber inclusion. In case of reserve strength is the strength beyond first crack strength up to ultimate strength, and percentage increase in reserve strength for M20 HFRC was observed to be 114.29%, and in case of M25 HFRC it was 74.38%. So this was substantial improvement, almost double than the conventional, and this is due to improved post cracking behavior in HFRC beams. Ultimate shear strength variation. Here we can see the steep variation in ultimate shear strength due to inclusion of fibers. In case of M20 HFRC deep beams, there was 66% improvement over conventional concrete in shear strength, and in case of M25 HFRC, it was observed that there is 50.56% increase in shear strength over conventional concrete. So this is a substantial improvement in ultimate shear strength of deep beams due to inclusion of fibers. Load versus deflection curve. In case of HFRC deep beams, we can see the curves have larger area under them. This is due to improved energy absorption in them, and also we can see that there is reduction in deflection at the same stress level in case of HFRC beams than conventional, and this is due to improved stiffness of these HFRC beams at the same stress level, and hence in case of M20 HFRC, percent reduction was observed to be 16% than conventional at the design stress level, and in case of M25 HFRC it was 17.54%. Conclusion: maximum fiber content for workable mix is observed to be 1% steel fibers plus 0.3% PP fibers by volume of concrete. For M20 HFRC deep beams with respect to conventional, 21.58% improvement in first crack strength is observed, and 114.29% improvement in reserve strength is observed. For M25 HFRC deep beams with respect to conventional, there is 15.98% improvement in first crack strength and 74.38% improvement in reserve strength. Because HFRC has a shear strength improvement of more than 50% over conventional concrete, conventional shear reinforcement in RC deep beams can be replaced with 1% steel fibers plus 0.3% PP fibers to get additional shear strength and prevent reinforcement congestion in them. These are the appendices. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, thank you so much. That was the presentation from Dr. Sunil Kulkarni. Session chairs, Dr. Sunil Kulkarni is available with us live. If we have any questions or comments, he is here to answer.
No question.
No question, ma'am. No question.
Noted. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Sunil Kulkarni. So next, I would like to call upon the next presentation, which was from technical session 1A. Due to technical glitches, we were unable to present his presentation. That was from Zohar Kurt on sustainable solutions to treat water for drinking purposes.
Hello everybody, hi from Panama. I'm one of the speakers that are speaking from far away. I'm sorry I cannot be there live. I am traveling for a family emergency and I actually missed the live session with few hours. But I hope that you can reach me out if you have any questions, and I'll be very glad to be able to share my research with you. And I'm very honored to be a part of this conference. Thank you very much for ICAKMPET and IFERP for providing me with this opportunity to speak here with you. Today I will talk about a sustainable solution to treat water for drinking purposes in rural areas of Panama, a project that has been concluded by me and my team. This project has been done in Panama with Panamanian resources. I am a professor at Middle East Technical University. However, I do have collaborative projects abroad with Panama, and I am working in developing sustainable treatment solutions for any type of water source or soils throughout the globe, and Latin American side, I do it in Panama. This project is done in Santa Isabel, Colón. As you might know, Panama is a place where most of the goods are transferred from to the entire world because of their man-made canal. Because of that, water is very important for the area. The rainforest is supplying the man-made canal, which you can see right here, and this lake is actually artificially made. The water comes from the rain, and to be able to cross the canal and pass the gates, lots of water is wasted. Because of that, canal in Panama actually take care of the water sources a lot. When there's a lot of research going on for the water sources and how to circulate water, the main problem here is that the drinking water in rural areas is not something that the government really provides. People have a huge problem. There is present water, there is rain. However, the main problem is that the water quality is not analyzed. People are using their own resources to drill those wells that you see in the picture. There are many communities that just do by their own means to bring the water from the groundwater and from the rivers to their households. However, maintaining that is very difficult. There is some private sectors where are helping the communities to open the wells, but sustaining it is a problem of the community. And here our project comes in. Our project is focusing on this area of Panama where the settlements just had started. We wanted to have such a project to be able to understand the effects of anthropogenic sources because it was the area that we study, right, see here in the blue, is very close to the indigenous community soil that is right here on the side. They do share the same source of the water for their aqueduct. What we did was we selected all those points to be able to collect water samples throughout 3-year period. I will show you a table with the parameters that we have gathered, but then I will explain what we have concluded and what type of solutions we provided to the community. Here are parameters that we actually have analyzed. We did a first sampling where we analyzed many metals, pesticides, and other contamination in the field. However, constantly the parameters that we have analyzed were pH, conductivity, hardness, chloride, alkalinity, turbidity, salinity, coliforms, E. coli, and 2 metals that we have selected, as well as nitrates and sulfates. The 2 metals that we have selected were because of their variability in the sampling points that we were measuring it, and that's what those metals were of a concern. One of the observations that we have seen was the changes of parameters were very correlated with the seasonal change. Panama doesn't have 4 seasons, they have rainy and then they have dry seasons. And when you see more rainy seasons, that's where the changes occur. One of the main changes we observed was in the salinity. When there was less rain, the salinity increased, and that was indicating that they might be entering some water from the shore, from the sea to the groundwater sources, and that might be a problem for the community. And the first thing that we did for the community was trying to educate them about how much water has to be gotten out of a well, and that overuse really is a problem. Some of the parameters that we actually analyzed was pH. pH was slightly similar for all of the areas. What you see here, PMR is the well, and PMRR, indicating the river, is the river water that is really next to the well, and we're suspecting that there was actually a mixing between this water and the well water because of the high temperatures that we have observed in the groundwater well, which were very similar to the river, indicating that a lot of the water was infiltrated from the river to the groundwater. That's why we analyzed those waters hand by hand. Another thing that we observed was conductivity. Whenever you see the conductivity, we saw that the well water had higher conductivity, indicating that there might be ions. And for that, we also analyzed other parameters. And another parameter was the hardness. Hardness again was higher in the well water, which was very interesting, indicating that that might be a source of ions, or maybe heavy metals, or anything else in the soil, or maybe other contamination that was entering the ground well, the well. That is why we analyzed soil for pesticides, but we didn't find anything, and we kept combining these findings with other parameters. Turbidity was one of the issues, again, in both well and the river. Of course, in the river we saw peaks, not all the time, but that was something normal, because when there was too much rain, turbidity was changing all the time. Chlorine also was found in the well, which was something that was not expected, indicating that there was some sort of interference in the well with chlorine addition by the community, or maybe some sort of contamination because of the disinfectants, especially in the times of the pandemics. The alkalinity was again higher in the groundwater compared to the well. However, sulfate and nitrate were in low ranges, indicating that the contamination really was not because of any type of detergents or something as such. What was high was copper and iron, and particularly iron was found to be a lot higher in the well. If we were to summarize all the findings, the ones in the dark that you see here are the parameters that actually were problematic according to us, which was hardness, alkalinity, turbidity, coliforms, E. coli, and iron mainly. And why were they problematic is when we say Copenhagen, that is actually the standards of Latin America, the water standards, they were always higher than the standard that is required. To be able to understand what was going on, we went to the source of the groundwater. What we have observed that actually none of the parameters besides iron was higher, indicating that there was an iron source in the soil in the area that was actually entering inside the groundwater. What we did was we developed we developed materials to be able to be used by the community for their adsorbance capacities. Some of those materials were activated carbons that community could easily get, and it was relatively cheap, or we used some sort of aloe vera gel to prove the community that with that heavy metals could be reduced, and when there is some sort of filtration in their water, the hardness, the chlorine, the alkalinity, and the turbidity and the heavy metal concentrations were dropping drastically, providing them with clean waters. What we did afterwards was we created educational seminars, and this was the methodology developed, educational seminars in the schools and in the health centers mainly, because we have observed the community dynamic, and the communities was actually trusting to their health centers and their schools a lot more than any type of governmental or independent educational program. We continued with this educational activities for 2 years after we made the observation in the area, and we had before and after surveys that we done, which I will summarize the results here for you. Based on the community responses, the educational seminars, brochures, and other stuff that were provided by the project seemed to be helpful for the community to be able to realize their water quality and be able to keep this water in their households. After the surveys, we also went and compared the health data that was gathered from the center, and we saw a drastic decrease in the waterborne diseases before and after the project. Those data, unfortunately, is bound to the ethical community. That's why I'm not allowed to share, but that was really the results that we found overall. This project was supported by Panamanian government, and I was the PI. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I'll be very glad to answer any of the questions that you have, and thank you for your time.
Okay, so thank you so much. So that was our last presentation of the day. Yes. So with this, now we come to the end of our international conference. Yes, so thank you all for being part of the second international conference on advancing knowledge from multidisciplinary perspectives in engineering and technology, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP. So I hope you all had an amazing, productive conference day. And thank you to all our delegates and our keynote presentation given by our amazing keynote speakers, Dr. Robert Ebihart, Dr. Suman Majumdar, Dr. Suhail Muhammad Gazo, and Dr. Hatem, who gave us an amazing inputs. And thank you so much to all our session chairs for evaluating our presenters and giving fair justice to all the presenters. So thank you so much to everyone. So next we are moving on to the valedictory session. And before we wind up, I would request our session chairs, Dr. Chitra and Dr. Balakrishnan sir, to kindly address the gathering before we wind up. Okay, so without any delay, we'll move on to the announcement of the winners. So the winners for technical session 1A, the best paper award goes to Hydra Isato. And the paper title is Security Impact of Cross-Site Scripting Vulnerabilities on Web Applications and Their Awareness. Congratulations. And the next award is for the best presentation from technical session 1A, Firas Masri. Paper title, Explorative Study on How Technology as an Agent Can Be Dumb or Absorbing Entity, a case study on EPR of UK hospitals. Next, the winners for session 1B is the best paper award goes to Dr. Zanko Hajra Dinawak. The paper title is Different Solutions of a Vibro Impact System with Non-Ideal Excitation Based on the Misalignment of Frequency Response Curves Obtained by a Numerical and Analytical Analysis. And the best presentation award from technical session 1B goes to Akram Al-Sukair, and the paper title is Decision Making Support System for Medical Devices Maintenance Using Fine-Tuned KNN Classifier. So congratulations to all the winners. And next, the winners for technical session 2. The best paper award goes to Tahir Enes Adak. The paper title is An Approach to Machine Learning Workflows for Predicting Purchase Behavior of Users on Computer Systems Websites. And the best presentation award from technical session 2 goes to Salma Fauzia. Paper title, Body Area Networking and Live Location Tracking System in War Fields. So that's the winners for this year. So congratulations to all the winners, and thank you so much for joining and being part of this amazing grand conference. So thank you so much and good evening.
Thank you very much.
Yes.